And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our clouds when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding, holding.
Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. You said I'd fly anywhere, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling.
Welcome everybody to the Wild Goose Chase Grand Finals. We have a great best of five ahead of you. We have Valkyries versus SSG Academy, and today I am joined here by Interritus. Oh, most definitely exciting. Going into our first team, Team Valkyrie, just coming off a best of three, which two of those maps went to max regulation overtime. But today we have infinite overtime. So if they get to that 7-7 score line, we're gonna keep on going. But for Team Valkyrie, you have players like JJ, Rival, Briar, Deity. These are honestly the same five that you saw in E2. So, very consistent team coming in, been playing with each other for a very long time. And their win rate, 71%, one of the best teams, if not statistically the best team in this tournament so far. Definitely deserve to be here with Clubhouse and Consulate being their best map. But our second team is going to be SSG Academy. Yes, that is correct. SSG is going to take us to Chalet. That's my first guess. They've played that map, I believe, 3 or 4 times this week alone, in both earlier in playoffs in Goose Chase and most recently in XGS just last weekend, which they did lose that series to Aerial Rise after actually beating them 2-0 in playoffs. But for our actual maps, it looks like we're going to be getting Clubhouse picked by Valkyries. That makes a lot of sense. As I said, and then, Chalet also coming in. Skyscraper also coming out. That one also makes sense. And then Cafe, most recently in this tournament, they actually SSG actually just beat Aerial Rice 7-5, and then Consulate and Border, the two worst maps for both teams being banned out. And then, as always, in T3 Siege, you always go to Oregon. It does not matter if it's a best of three, a best of five, a best of one. You always will get Oregon. And if we do somehow get to a fifth map, our suffering will be even longer, or mine rather, as if we do get to a fifth map, you'll be subbed out. So you won't even, actually, you won't even get to see Oregon. Your pain will be spared. uh, yeah. it's
Oh my god.
It's
There
all
he
right. It's all
goes.
right. So you guys couldn't hear him, but he was yapping
I
about
was
how
yapping.
Oregon is just so boring, and yeah, it is a very boring map because it's been out for so long. And not only that is it just has not actually. I don't think it's been reworked.
No, it
No, no.
hasn't.
Okay, so it has not been reworked.
No.
So yeah, it's been in since Pro League has first came out. It was one of the default maps that came when Siege came out. So
Yeah, it did. Dang.
yeah, so this is
Really.
probably one of, it might be, or no, Clubhouse too. Yeah, so Clubhouse, Oregon, two of the oldest maps in the map pool currently. So it's
But
just, what'd you say?
I was gonna say, but Clubhouse has been reworked and Oregon hasn't.
That's true. So actually, yeah, Oregon is the oldest map in the map pool. But who's gonna win tonight? That's what we want to ask. Obviously, we
Yeah.
won't see until later
Yeah.
tonight, but we can get into predictions. Those predictions being not very close,
No, no, no,
not close at
no.
all.
All right. I know it doesn't look great. And I don't think we actually have to show who actually voted. But I gotta say, I'm as bad as it looks. I think I'm going towards Valkyrie here. They're a roster that has been together, even recently, and done incredible work. There's been a lot of stuff that they've been doing, that just have gone incredible. And here, yeah, here it is. Goose, obviously, you're an SSG boy.
Yeah.
You're following the bandwagon. Yeah, it is. But our producer, there's a reason we call him Chad. He's got that vote in towards Valkyrie. Whiskey Run, our observer, is grabbing SSG. Swanberg is the other caster that may be on tonight, depending on how long we run. He's gone SSG. And Nomical, our admin, is going SSG. Following that bandwagon. I don't know. I think at the very least, this is gonna be a really close game.
Oh, I do think it's gonna be a close game, and I think earlier this week, SSG they looked really good, but
Yeah,
going into this previous weekend, we've seen a lot of actual weaknesses because this weekend only we've seen two new players come out. First, barring
yeah.
now replaced with Fens, and speaking of actual game, we should be going into the game very shortly. But the thing is, my question is Fens the answer? Because last time they played a game, a best of three, they won three attacking rounds, or yeah, three attacking rounds in two maps.
I mean, he's in the past. He's been a really good player for them. But the problem is that's the past. Excuse me. Team Valkyrie has been together as this roster for longer than SSG has been together for this roster, this specific roster. Because, like you said, Finn's just got brought on. Being brought on after playing with another team, you have to relearn a lot of your tendencies. The way that they play together is so much different. And so it's going to be up to him to fall back into that routine and get used to it. As we're going to get used to a ban coming out, Dokevi, not surprising. We'll see what Team Valkyrie is going to ban for their attackers. Probably Ying. But I mean, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, Ying just continuing to be the most banned operator, being followed shortly by Dokkaebi. Both of these operators are just two operators that are just really annoying. Honestly, these two operators continue to be banned out because they're simply just annoying. Azami, on the other hand, is actually an operator that is being banned obviously because she's a very strong operator, but specifically she can be used in so many versatile ways on Clubhouse, and this is statistically and arguably one of her best maps, especially holding that top position in Raptors and Garage.
Yeah, and the last one is going to be that Fenrir. Not entirely surprising. I do have to say, they have a lot on the board that they're going to have to deal with. Solus is still alive. Cade is still alive. Um, they still have some other options like Flores being able to help clear that Rafter player. But like you said, they don't have that Azam anymore. It's going to be a lot harder to hold, but they're going to have to bring out Wamai, which they're doing right now, but they're on Church. Not surprising. Something SSG kind of likes to play a little bit closer to the chest because you can bunker here. You can play off of each other, and they're probably going to send two up and fall back down the stairs if I expect that. That may also be Valkyrie expecting that as well. So it's gonna be up to the Team SSG Academy to kind of change it up, because obviously these are players that have been playing together for a long time, playing against each other and with each other, and so they kind of know some of their tendencies. I'm kind of interested to see what SSG is going to bring out tonight.
That's the question we were wondering, because sure, it is only one player, but one player could be a complete change to their overall strategy. And one common theme is when SSG Academy is not when they're not playing their game, they tend to lose situations and then eventually rounds and even games. And them going to basement first is just the definition of a comfort pick. It's kind of the default site of this map. It's statistically one of the more defenders cited sites on Clubhouse, so it's a no-brainer that they're going to be wanting to go there. But my question is, if Team Valkyrie does start to make SSG somewhat uncomfortable, and it doesn't matter because Bill coming out big with the very first pick onto Deity, and now that is your Capital gone. That is a lot of utility gone just in the 30 seconds.
I was thinking a little bit while we were sitting there talking. I'm not surprised to see a little bit more aggression coming out of SSG Academy. When Finns was on the roster previously, that was something they like to do. They like to bring it out, and so honestly really liking it, seeing that come out for them. And it's going to be up to Team Valkyrie to answer for it. And so far, they haven't really been able to do that. They have started clearing out, but that player's fallen all the way back to the basement, and so they haven't been able to find a retrade. But they're going to be looking to see if they can't grab these hatches, see if they can't find some space on site as he's just shooting into a wall.
Just making sure you can control the recoil on the shotgun, which it does have a decent amount of recoil. And yeah, SSG Academy, after getting that first pick, not really even giving the opportunity for Team Valkyrie to actually get that trade back. Every single operator on the side of SSG Academy is now down below on the site bunkering, and that's all they need to do. With about half the round gone, you still now see two players trying to push down. Fry eventually killed by Fenstron, trying to get a little aggressive, but he's eventually punished for it. And now, with more than half of the round gone, Team Valkyrie find themselves in a 3v5, now a 2v5, as they can just not push out Fentron. And eventually, AMD does get spent, trying to push in towards actual site, trying to find a player, trying to find anything, but he can't. He has no intel, no power position. And in this 2v4, SSG Academy has all the cards in their favor. Vocal just making sure that that wall stays closed. And right now, AMD is just waiting for somebody to swing him, but SSG Academy is doing a great job of just not letting anything go the way of Valkyrie. That wall is staying open, not giving them a swing. And blue control continuing to just completely stay in the control of SSG Academy, and no players from Valkyrie are trying to roam. But here is Hitman going through dirt, trying to get a hit back from the back, trying to find the SSG player caught off guard, but so far is going to wait for that smoke to dissipate. Just trying to find anything, trying to bait out a defender, but nobody wants to go. That ace charge is going to be caught out. That wall is going to stay closed. Right now with 13 seconds, Team Valkyrie, you have to do something. You have to make a move. And right now, it's just a standstill. AMD gets the kill onto Hitman, and Focal finishes off onto AMD, and that's the first round for SSG Academy.
That's it. That's that aggression that I was talking about. I mean, you got to see Finn sit there inside of Moto and pick up, what was it, 3 kills right there? I mean, it's something I'm not surprised to see. It's kind of their old playbook, and I really like to see it. It means that they're back and comfortable. They're comfortable with their last player. A lot of times, like we were talking about, if you have a 5th player come in, especially this late, they've got to get used to it. And he's already settled in. He's got his players ready to let him be aggressive, have that kind of freedom that he wants. And as they go up to this 3rd floor, I'm going to see if that freedom is a little bit too free, or if it's going to cost him his life. They're going to have to be very careful here. I wouldn't expect, or wouldn't be surprised to see some bar aggression coming out from SSG Academy, but are they going to be able to hold it?
Yeah, that is the question, if they can be able to hold it, and we're seeing that aggression come out. But one question I have is, last round, Team Valkyrie, they were down a player, they had around a minute left, and their game plan was to just funnel 3 players down main and die defend. That was their strategy. It did not work out whatsoever. And my question is that a sign of, it's just the first round jitters, or is it a bigger thing? Is it, maybe the team not really having the same game plan, not being on the same page? Obviously, it's the first round, but the thing is, if they don't fix that going into whether like this map or even the second map, it's eventually going to punish them. And sure, it's a best of 5, but once you go down 2 maps, you don't want you don't want to go down 2 maps to the exact same problem. Now, the good thing about going upstairs to master is, you can hit site more directly. You don't have to do a complete roam clear as needed. You still have to clear out, down below, as we can see Deity and MT below with that buck just trying to flush out any players, and actually Deity going up main stairs. Hitman just trying to open up all the walls, but it's Deity get the first pick onto Focal. That is big. That is Jeremiah. A lot of the utility that he was going to recharge is now gone, and that's a really big pick because now the SSG Academy defense has to flex around.
And as another one's going to fall to Fenstron, finally an answer for that first one onto Focal. They haven't really been able to hold a whole lot of space. They got that main wall open, but they haven't found anything really on the 2nd floor they're going to work off of. Looks like they're going to try to see if they can't clear this Mira, as he's just going to drop, almost losing his life to Fins, excuse me. As AMT's going to leave, he looks like he disconnected. But AMT's going to grab another one onto Deity, and the bodies are just falling so far. for Team Valkyrie.
With a minute 20 left, Team Valkyrie, while they did get the initial first opening pick, not a whole lot. Actually, matter of fact, nothing came out of that whatsoever. You still have a player down below by bar, still roam clearing, and with a minute left, SSG Academy, they're not even really throwing a whole lot at Team Valkyrie. It just really looks like Team Valkyrie is starting to struggle, but Bry saying no. Hitman following it up with a huge kill on defense, and now being followed up, Bry pushing up main stairs, trying to find that opening in the site, but it's JJ to actually find the opening. Vile gets a kill onto Bry, gets a second onto JJ, now a 1v1 situation, but he can't win the gunfight. It's J Hitman to win the gunfight and tied up for Valkyrie.
So I think kind of something I want to point out. You talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the round here. You asked that question about why I thought they put 3 down main stairs, and I never actually got a chance to answer. So while we got a second here, I want to talk about it. It's an issue that I've seen coming out of Team Valkyrie in the last month or so. When they kind of struggle to find any answers for something, they just throw bodies at it. And it works in T4 when you're players of this caliber, but you can't do it against SSG Academy. They're gonna shoot just as well as you, and just trying to funnel your way through is not gonna work, especially when you have to deal with a lot of angles. And it's something I fear kind of from the Valkyrie players. They're all incredibly good players, but they seem to get a little bit too headstrong sometimes, and just say, "Hey, screw this! I'm gonna swing. We're not winning our fights. Let's see if I can just get aggressive." And that wasn't really the answer there. They needed to get that hatch open. They didn't have anything really to open it. But at the very least, start opening floor holes, get that kitchen hatch open, see if you can't smoke it off. You got to use utility to get through it. You can't just push bodies.
It does look like Team Valkyrie has an overall plan, but a lot of the problem we see with, even T2 teams, but mostly like T3 teams, is they'll have this really big idea, this really big strat they want to execute on the attack, but they don't do their basics and their basic setup behind that attack. So while they have the overall big idea, but when they don't have those supporting factors, when they don't have the hatches open, when they don't have the intel, it just simply won't work. It's like a book. You can't write a book without words. You need the words and you need the actual covering of the book. And they just don't have that covering. They just have the pages. They have the idea of what they want to write down. They just can't put it onto paper. They did tie it up eventually, while it did just, eventually come down to just, funneling up main stairs and players from SSG Academy over swinging, which, is a little curious because, in that initial first, half of the round, that's exactly what they didn't do. They stopped swinging. It kind of looked like, maybe they got a little bored, maybe a little zealous, and they overswung, and eventually it was punished.
And they're going to start getting open up CCTV and try to push a little bit over there, trying to see if they can't clear out these players who've already started to give out that side of the map. They've already pushed out of the entirety of Cash. They're trying to hold Finn sitting inside of construction. But, excuse me, even with Cash clear, it's a hard pusher. You got Focal sitting inside of logistics on that Mira, and they don't have anyone on the hatch to deal with him. They have the hatch open, so they could just walk over, but Bry's just going to drop an Ash charge to see if they can't clear him out. Focal doesn't have that spot anymore, but he's got a little bit of a pixel. Going to see if he can't find a kill. They haven't given it to him just yet. They're going to have one holding that, and they're going to prevent that single panel from being able to get opened as JJ's looking for a kill right here on this highway window. On the roof, and they're slowly making their way in, trying to constrict the players of SSG Academy.
Team Valkyrie clearing out a whole lot of hard walls and utility, just knocking on the door of death, but Aimkey down below with that Solus is going to try to flank and get a backstab. And right now, it doesn't look like Team Valkyrie has a whole lot of aware. Bry is aware, but it doesn't matter because Aimkey wins that gunfight. And instead of rotating back to site, he goes all the way to garage. But JJ may be aware of this, and yes, he does. He gets the first initial pick, followed up by Hitman onto Vil. And now SSG Academy, with only 50 seconds left, find themselves in a 3v4.
There's still a lot of space for Team Valkyrie to take as they're trying to make their way in through Lodge. Vocal's still holding it as he's going to take out one before getting dropped from the hatch. Players live left for SSG Academy to hold it together as Finns is getting a little bit aggressive. Look to see if he can't find him, but they've already dropped. They've already cleared him, and he's off the board. It's up to JetCon to hold it together. 3v1. He's going to throw out the C4, but not before Hitman puts him down. gets themselves around.
A beautiful round at that, a really good follow up, and now they're up 2-1 on the attack. While it is their pick, it's still, you're still attacking Clubhouse, and SSG is a fantastic defensive team, having a over 75% win rate on defense in XGS recently just this week. So they're, not really good uh, team to mess with. And the thing for Team Valkyrie in that situation is it wasn't because SSG just played that round bad. They had their game plan and they had a great setup. They held great crossfires when they did have that man advantage late in the round, and that's why they were able to close it out. And that's why all the or two of the SSG Academy players rather were not able to put themselves in a clutch situation because all of the angles every time they try to swing, maybe rotate to a certain position, there was a Team Valkyrie player right there waiting, holding, and which resulted in the round. And that problem we talked about, from the first going in the second round, it looks like they've definitely fixed it.
I think the other issue is what happened to the aggression that the SSG Academy had. I mean, we saw that first round, Finn's playing out of Moto, like I said, giving him that freedom, and they've just stopped it as... What is Aimkey doing? He's looking for a drone through the hole. We're not going to find it. Potentially looking to see if he can't kill someone as they open up that. But like I was saying, the aggression coming out from SSG Academy was something I really liked in that first round, and it's kind of disappeared. You had Finn's holding construction, and he wasn't swinging. I mean, I understand he's playing Castle, but it's a one bullet headshot. You have such a incredible control of the gun because of how easy it is, with like pretty much no recoil. Let's be honest. And so seeing him not do that, it makes me a little bit afraid that SSG Academy got a little bit complacent after that first round. But now they're getting a little bit more aggressive as Focal's been playing Central Stairs. Can't find one. He doesn't have anyone to trade it. It's going to be up to him to hold and get that kill.
Yeah, so far, Focal just holding a very aggressive position, especially with an operator like Tubarão. You have been seeing this be a more common tactic from a defender playing Tubarão. Not exactly just sitting site, but he will rotate back down to site, making sure he saves his utility and his life at that. And Team Valkyrie just able to clear this bar first floor. And so far, SSG Academy hasn't given them too much pushback on this overall roam clear. And it does look like every single defender yet again has rotated back down to site. And we're seeing the exact same position. This Cade trick will just be completely canceled out by this Tubarão, and especially that Tubarão just be canceled out by the Maverick, rather. JJ surely going to get this hatch open, and Team Valkyrie not only fixing their actual mistake in their overall strategy, but fixing the mistake of having a lack of hard breach. Bringing out this Maverick basically solidifies that they will get at least one hatch open, even with the Cade and Tubarão. But the thing is, they need to be able to clear down main stairs, not only clear down, but make sure they get this wall open so they can have a line of sight into actual sight.
And Team Valkyrie looking to see if they can't find themselves another round. Opening up that main wall. Bry's going to go ahead and drop into Namoto, excuse me. They've got another one falling right behind him as Jetcom's going to take a little bit of damage. Ville's going to be holding Moto. One's going to fall to Bry. Still looking to see if he can't grab one of his own as he's going to get flashed out before AMT finds one on a Jetcon. And they're clearing out these players one by one. Another one's going to fall. Another one after him. And AMT's the last one alive with nothing answered for Team Valkyrie. Where they finally finish it off with a flawless round. And like I was saying earlier, I mean, I don't see the aggression from that first round here, Goose. I'm just really questioning what happened. It seems like they kind of just fallen off after that first round and just given Valkyrie rounds. There have been a lot where they've wanted to hold it and they just get any bit of pressure coming out from Valkyrie and just give up the space. You got to fight back. You got to do something. They were doing that in the first round, and it's vanished.
Team Valkyrie has solidified at least an even half. Even if they lose these next two rounds, going into their defenders' half, which statistically is a sided half or half for this map, they've already gone 3 rounds. Even if SSG Academy come back and win these 2 rounds, I wouldn't say it's a loss for SSG Academy, but definitely not what you want. You know, especially defending on Clubhouse, even if it's not your map pick, you would prefer a 4-2 most of the time. And it's not necessarily because, you know, Team Valkyrie is doing a great job, which again, they are doing a great job at that. You know, they're putting out a really great attack, but SSG Academy is just letting Team Valkyrie have their way with the map, letting them play their own game. And because of that, SSG Academy is not in a comfortable position, which we talked about earlier in this first map. When SSG Academy is not comfortable, they start to lose rounds. And that's exactly what we're seeing yet again here. They need to fix this problem quick, because if they don't, they're going to find themselves going into a 4-2 half onto their attacking side.
And I don't know. That's 71% or 72%, whatever it was. Are you feeling so confident of that here, Goose? I mean, I don't know. I'm a little shell shocked. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think SSG Academy knows what they need to do, and they're just not doing it. I mean, like Vil there, you impact the drone hole. That's a free clear of a thermite. He put it way too far right. That's something that players of this caliber should know. And if there's, I don't know if they're stunned, if they're not feeling it. Maybe some of them are hungover. I don't know. Like partied a little bit too hard last night after that game. I guess it's just questionable. There's a lot of stuff that SSG Academy should really be doing, and they're not. JetCon, I like the aggression coming out of him here. Bill playing nearby, and they were able to fall back, but he should be picking up at least one before falling. He's sitting at 0-3 right now, and that's just not something JetCon, a player who, when I was watching him last two seasons of XGS, was stomping people. And right now they're not taking as vocal. Is going to swing and find one before Deity's able to find a trade on a JetCon. That man count's going to stay up even.
The good thing for SSG Academy is, you know, sure, they did lose a player that it was eventually traded back. They've now wasted 2 minutes, and Team Valkyrie now in somewhat of a little bit of an uncomfortable position, only have a whole entire minute left. Vocal down below with his C4. Not only will he have comms from his teammates, but will also be aided by his Valkyrie cameras. So even if Team Valkyrie do get in a good position to plant, they're still going to have to worry about the C4 below. But actually, it looks like he may go for a kill from below, but it's Fens and Bill to get the first 2 picks in this late round onto DT and Bry. Fens eventually traded back and down, Bill falling back up, and now it's all up to JJ. JJ jumping in, but it does not matter because Bill has a huge round and eventually is the player to shut it down. And finally, SSG have found a way to stop the bleeding on their defense.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like every time I feel like I cast Goose, I sound disappointed because it's stuff I've seen time and time again where they're just making silly mistakes. I mean, Valkyrie. I don't know if they stemmed the bleeding SSG did. It's got a bandage on it at the very least. But they're gonna have to pull out this round. They need it. On a map like Clubhouse, every single time I cast it, I talk about it's so well known. It is almost, let's see. Let's see. It was what Maverick was when it was reworked. But year 4?
Yeah, year
like
4, yeah. That sounds correct.
It's been almost 5 years, and there are still people who are making dumb mistakes on it. I don't know. There's a lot that they need to be doing, and SSG Academy is going to have to find this last one. It's a little bit too late to adjust. At the very least, pick up this last round here. They're doing something I really like. I love seeing every single time. I don't know if if they did it last time they played CC. Actually, no. This is the first time.
This is the first time they played CC. Which, matter of fact, CC in total hasn't been played a whole lot at all.
Yeah, it's kind of become what's a good equivalent? Upstairs, I guess, on Chalet. I don't know what the equivalent would be. But it started being played a lot less because people are comfortable on it, which I really like to see. But it's the last round. They're going back to their comfortability. But that also means Valkyrie knows what they need to do. They need to clear out Garage, and they need to start making a side push into Master. JJ's going to go ahead and get this wall open. We'll see if they can push out these players out of Garage.
And one thing I'm really curious about is when they went on to basement, they had a Cade paired with a Tubarão, and you are going to CCTV where there is a huge breach that leads right into sight in a majority of time where attackers will push and you don't bring one breach to them out. Now, they could be thinking to themselves, okay, well, eventually the attack would get it open. We'd only waste time. Let's just bring other operators that could maybe deny them time in that late round and just hope Team Valkyrie, they waste their own time. And right now, I wouldn't say they're completely wasting their time, but they're, taking a little bit of a slow approach here with only a minute 30 left, just opting to clear utility. Bill swinging out, trying to get aggressive early. And so far, Team Valkyrie, they've been pretty much opening, getting lines of sight for free, but they haven't really done anything off of it. They've actually rotated all the way around to the opposite side of the map towards Master Bedroom. It looks like we will see a construction push into the late round. Right now, we're just kind of at a standstill. Players from Valkyrie just putting out their drones, trying to find any little traps that SSG Academy has set for them to trip on. And so far, no SSG Academy player has gone aggressive, but as I just said, Aim Key gets aggressive. It gets a big two-piece onto Deity and Bry, and JetCon follows it up with a third onto Hitman, and Team Valkyrie are just completely falling apart. They had everything set up for this attack, but nothing, and absolutely nothing went their way, and now it's all up to JJ. Now JJ gone, all up to AMD. Benz gets the kill, a 1v5 situation. AMD does get one pick onto the head of Focal, but cannot find the last. Benz finishes off and ties it with back-to-back rounds for SSG Academy.
Another incredible round coming out of SSG. That's the aggression that I was talking about, that I really like to see coming from that first round, that they were able to replicate in that sixth one. And it was a late adjustment. I'll give them that. But they're at the 3-3 half. This could still be their game. This should go either way. It's going to be Team Valkyrie going ahead and starting out on basement. And I'm really excited for that attack if they're going to be playing the way I think they do, as they're, pulling out 3 entries. I like to see that Ace, Yana, or not Ace, Ash, Yana, and Buck. As JetCon's going to be opening up this floor, it looks like Yana's going to go ahead and swap over to that Grim. It's a little bit more information coming out of Finstron. But honestly, I would probably like seeing him on Yana instead. Every time he's been getting aggressive, he's been able to deny a lot of space from Team Valkyrie, which is what you need to do. Team Valkyrie is a team that relies on pushing you out by getting up in your face and you saying, hey, I'm either taking this fight right now or I'm leaving. There's no in between because they don't give you time to figure it out. And so Fens was doing a really good job of denying that pressure by being aggressive. I'd really like to see that coming out from him, as he's going to pull out that Finka, actually.
Yeah, I really like that Finka play because it just really gives him an operator where he doesn't have too much utility that his team is going to rely on. He's just going to be able to be that player that can just really push and take those power positions early on and just really rely on his gun. He's not going to be like, a fragging ace that, has to get wall up and then he has to go push in sight. He's Finka. He can just immediately push in sight whenever he feels like or whenever he gets the intel. But the thing is, Bry having all the intel currently holding this top red stairs position, and he's feeling very comfortable being backed up by Hitman. JetCon going all the way over to the opposite side of the map, trying to flood these players out. But right now, SSG Academy have not necessarily found an answer. And Bry going to be sneaking up. Hitman actually being hit a little bit himself. And it's Fens to get the very first pick onto Hitman. Bry up above does eventually get Bill, though. That is a really big pick. They now understand that he's in this upstairs position. Solus on AMD is going to come back and rotate and eventually try to help him, but it doesn't matter because Aimkey gets a pick onto Bry, and now JJ is also found out, and this entire roam from Team Valkyrie is just being completely dissected from SSG Academy. But just as I say that, AMD and Deity, they followed up with a big two-piece.
As much as I love seeing all that aggression, as Deity's going to find another one onto JetCon before Focal's going to trade him out. Focal looking for the last one. He knows he has to trade back or walk back. Flash is going to go out. He's been walking up. He's going to try to grab him through the wall. He has to find this last player. As the hedge going to appear before it appears in Focal's crosshairs. Aimsy's going to fall with them picking up that first attack round. But like I was trying to say before, before all the action right there, I think it was a really good roam coming out from Team Valkyrie. Uh, the only reason that SSG Academy really was dismantling it is because they spread out. You had 3 players on the roam, and all 4 players kind of walking around on their own. They set up these ones where SSG Academy kind of started the fight, catching them off guard, giving themselves a little bit of an advantage, and so they were able to get these picks. But the reason that Valkyrie was able to bring that man count back up to even was because they were separated. I liked the play, but you have to be able to, right after your push, get back together. You have to be somewhat close enough where if a fight happens, you can still get back together. And they were just a little bit too far apart. It kind of just gave up a lot of deaths that should have been preventable. But like I said, they couldn't find their way back to each other. And I believe it was Anti and Deity who were able to find those 2 picks to bring it back up to even and make it a lot easier for them to almost pull that round out.
Yeah, it did just come down to that 1v1 situation. Both players swinging each other. They knew exactly where they were. And in that situation, that SSG Academy player just came out on top. You know, it's a 50-50 gunfight. Some days you lose it, sometimes you don't. But Team Valkyrie will be going back down to the basement bomb site in church. But this time around, they're going to be bringing a little bit of a different lineup here. JJ going to be bringing out that Wamai, followed up by both of Valkyrie and Cade. So they are opting to go with a little bit more of a breach denial. We're hoping that SSG Academy expects more of a roam this time around. But yet again, just as we saw with SSG Academy in their defensive rounds, Team Valkyrie falling back down to site very early, opting for more of a bunker defensive half.
After that TDM of a last round, they've kind of, like you said, fallen back to this bunker. They're going to be playing a little bit more strategically, not letting SSG Academy hunt them down, as Fence is already looking for one. They know that player likes to play behind Jin, and so you're seeing if he can't get him to walk out a little bit further, pick him off. They're going to be picking off the rest of this map as they've realized, hey, it looks like no one's off site, and so we have a lot of freedom to kind of work around. They've got a minute 44. They're going to start getting these hatches open. Not Fins, excuse me. Been used to him on that Cade. Empty. Looking to see if we couldn't find a C4 before it's gotten shut down. That would have been a really big play for them if they were able to find that one. But he's going to be able to prevent it as Fins is going to shoot a little bit in secret. Deity is still alive and dangerous right here on Gen.
They're going to have to push out Deity in this blue position. He's holding a power position. Even if they opt to go for this main take, even if they get that wall open and they get control of Church, you still got to deal with that Mira. And the question is, does SSG realize that they have to do this? Do they realize they have all of these players, all of this utility set onto Blue's side? While Fens was over there, he didn't get on his drone once, so he didn't get a whole lot of utility aside from just, swinging that angle, just hoping a player swings him, which eventually did not happen. But it looks like they are going to be going for a main take. Team Valkyrie expecting somewhat of a back push late in the round, but SSG Academy will not be bringing that out. Anki aiming down the hallway, hoping he can catch a player rotating between sites, but that's not going to happen. And the thing is, there's only one Team Valkyrie player on the side of Armory. So if they just want to flood through that soft wall, through that rotate, and get this player, they could be in a position to get a plant down. And with 20 seconds left, SSG Academy, they're bringing out the flashes. They realize they have to try to go to the other side, but it's Bri to shut him down, JJ to follow up, and it's now all up to Fens actually following back up. But Bri, yet again, followed up by Deity, and now it's all up to JetCon. He gets one kill, but with 5 seconds left, it's near impossible. It's not going to happen. It's going to be tied yet again. And one of my fears going into this series may be true, because if we go into overtime and it continues to be like this, we still got infinite OT.
Don't even remind me. We're on map 1. It's already infinite OT potential. I mean, you know what? I will say this, though. It kind of shows why I was surprised to see the the predictions so far apart, because honestly, I was really pulled on this. I think both teams at the top of their ability could win this game, but if they're both at the top of the ability like they're playing right now, it's real hard to dismantle them. SSG did a good job of clearing space, but I mean, if you're gonna bunker down and you're seeing that they're bunkering down, you can't just give them time like that. We were at a minute 44 when I said, "Hey, I think they've realized that there's no one roaming," and they didn't have any hatches open by the 45-minute mark. I think they had kitchen at the very least, but you're just letting them sit inside a church and waste time. They're not taking anything. They didn't have moto control. They didn't have any dirt presence. Nothing. It's what I was complaining about Team Valkyrie doing, and just kind of trying to funnel players through a doorway and shove players or shove bodies to solve a problem that SSG Academy kind of fell a victim to.
It honestly just really looks like they were in a position where they're just confused. They didn't know what they wanted to do. They had an idea of what the setup was looking like. They knew exactly what Team Valkyrie was throwing at them, but they had no idea how they wanted to approach it. As you saw, they had Fens and eventually a second player trying to back him up in blue, and with half the round gone, nothing happening, they just opted to just completely give up blue, rotate all the way, and try to go for a main take. And it really looks like, SSG, sure, they do seem to have an idea, but when it does work, or when it doesn't work, they don't really do anything to follow it up. They don't really do anything to compensate. They don't really change up their game plan. They don't adapt in that mid round, which is a surprise because SSG Academy is one of the T2 teams that is known to be able to adapt really quickly in between maybe 1 to 2 rounds, but we're just not seeing that from them. And honestly, whenever SSG starts to fall back, they start to win rounds when Team Valkyrie gets complacent. It's kind of like a mirror match. One team does good, they get complacent, give away in a round. Not to say that this isn't a good game. It has been a great game so far, but it just really looks like not a whole lot is happening. But speaking of a whole lot happening, JetCon gets the very first pick, followed up by Fens, Fry and AMD down, and now Team Valkyrie find themselves in a 3v5.
And a lot of space already taken by SSG Academy. They've been able to clear out most of these players. Construction side, there's still Hitman trying to be aggressive over here, but they've pretty much all fallen back to Jim. JJ's underneath, looking to see if he can't find a C4 kill. Maybe. Oh, yes, I like this. He's got a C4 for that closet. As soon as the call gets made that they jump in, DD's going to call it, and he's going to pop that C4. It's a really good call coming out from JJ here. As he's going to be playing underneath, preventing them from rotating up. But they're really spread for what they have to do. They're down in man count. They need to get aggressive and find kills here. Right now, they're just wasting time, as JJ's going to find one on the bottom floor. Finn's falling to him. Now, Focal. Look to see if he can't potentially jump in these hideaway windows.
With 40 seconds left, SSG yet again, they have everything they need to push, but they just cannot find these last 3 defender players. Hitman, or JJ rather, will be flashed out. Focal going in for the plant, but it doesn't matter because Hitman and Deity followed up, but Focal is in Gym. He's planting. He gets the bomb down, and Focal follows it up with a kill onto Hitman, and now we find ourselves, what was it, a 3v2? Now a 2v2 with Focal and Vile in a post-plant situation. But Deity gets a very good pick, and another one. He gets a triple for the round and clutches what almost looked like yet another SSG round win. Team Valkyrie, holding very strong in that late round, came back and won it, and now are only 1 round away from match or map point.
Don't get my hopes up too much here, Goose. I mean, it could get really close. But they're both fighting incredibly hard. It's been a really good back and forth. Not a whole lot of issues so far on this half. I've really liked the defenses coming out from Valkyrie. It hasn't just been, hey, SSG Academy's walking in, taking the space like we saw kind of happening on Gym side for SSG when they were on the defense. They've been fighting for it. They've been trying to push them back. They've been losing bodies to hold it. And while obviously you should be winning the majority of your fights if you actually want to win the round, if you end up losing bodies and that's the only reason you're losing space, it's fair. It's not a whole lot I can say about that because you're still holding it aggressively. Gym is really hard to bunker in because of all the pressure you can set up from construction side. And so far, Valkyrie's been doing a really good job of holding that and preventing SSG Academy from really getting a foothold inside of construction.
We're really starting to see why they've had a huge problem on attack. Not to harp on that detail too much, but we're starting to see their early rounds, they cleared out cash relatively quickly, and they got it with 2 picks being completely untraded. But then going into that late round, they had the problem. But Team Valkyrie will be going to cache and CCTV, so you're not going to have exactly, the problem of trying to clear the full map as much as you would, a map with or site with Jim. But the thing is, you have to get this wall open. You have to get garage control too, and there's so much utility, so many players set up in garage that it's going to be really difficult for SSG Academy to really deal with it.
MK getting this wall open. Trying to see if he can't find that wall open as they're trying to impact him out of that. Phil's gonna see if he can't get his drone in, but he's gonna miss it. I think he was looking to see if he can walk in the breach right there. JJ's gonna be holding garage, but he doesn't have anyone to help with him. Bry's down there in secret. He's the closest player, but directly there's no one to really take a trade for him. JJ's sitting top red, and he's gonna be able to help Bry, but like I said, Hitman doesn't have that kind of answer for a trade. He's gonna have to be very careful to not give up any space and let them take garage rafters for free. Because if we do, it's a lot easier for SSG to actually take garage and take CCTV. And that's going to be Empty taking one on to Empty taking on an Aim Key. That is trippy. I'm sorry. Jetcon's going to walk forward before falling to Bry. Empty's going to find another one on to Vil before finding a second one on to Fins. And it's fallen apart for SSG Academy, as Fokal's the only one alive. And so far, he's only found one as he's going to take down Bry. For a second, no one's giving up their bodies. What could potentially be a very close round for them if they can find some more kills.
It really does look like Team Valkyrie just has all of the info on SSG Academy. Every time SSG Academy takes a step, every time they make a plan, Team Valkyrie's there. They're already one step ahead. They're expecting SSG to be in the positions they are before they even get into them. And yet again, obviously, it's the very first map, but I'm starting to get a little worried about the continuous problem of just SSG not being able to attack. And it's not just me. It's not just me, harping at my really bad tweet about T4. Packer himself even said that SSG Academy, when he played them, simply just they could not attack. They could not form a really good attack, and you have to win at least 3 attacks. You have to, and that's the problem with SSG Academy.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it feels weird because, like we were talking about earlier, this is a roster that likes to get aggressive with Fins at the helm. It feels weird that they're not an attack-heavy team. You don't see a whole lot of defense-focused aggressive teams. Like, off the top of my mind, I can't even think of one. It's not happening as much because when you're aggressive, the biggest thing is you're taking space. It's harder to do that on defense, and so a lot of teams, what they do is they'll have 1 or 2 players who are really aggressive, but for the most part, it seems like their whole playbook has been aggressive. They've been 4-man walking around, clearing roamers, taking those solo fights, and they're winning them. I can't even say that they're not winning them. It comes down to they clear out the roamers, and then what? They try to walk in sight and get gunned down. And Valkyrie has done a good job of noticing, hey, they're really bad at their end round games so far. And so they just cut out the early rounds, prevented those roamers, started bunkering down. And aside from the one player roaming right now, that's about as aggressive as they've really gotten on basement.
JJ does get downed and eventually will not be finished off. He'll actually be Bry to get the very first pick to Jetcon. That is a relatively good pick. That is your Ram gone now for SSG Academy. But Deity is down. Fens with a huge double kill. It does look like, actually, no, he wasn't even trying to be picked up. Fens with a third. Where is he finding these kills? And that's exactly where it is. 3 players just swung him on blue window. You can see their bodies.
Oh. How do you lose 3 players on the same window? Wait, look at that line of blood. That is insane that they've been able to do that. But I don't know. That's just dumb. Like, Valkyrie, what?
It's honestly a jail. It's like a get out of jail free card. Like they have just given SSG Academy.
Wait, a fourth player's gonna swing this? No, please. Fry. You've lost 3 players on that. Don't swing that. Please, just hold. He's gonna drop back, clear that mural window, so that he can play out of church and prevent them from being able to see him. I would have rather he punched him, not gonna lie to you. I understand he's going for information, but give yourself a full softball. Or hard walk.
It's those micro mistakes they continue to make. It's honestly, it really does hurt him. But Bill is down by Hitman. Hitman gets a second one on defense, and oh no, SSG Academy, you can't choke this. You can't give this. And Hitman on the shotgun. It does not matter because Aim Key and Focal, they shut down that comeback, that 2v4 comeback that almost was, but it just wasn't enough. In SSG, they've started to crawl back and now are only 1 round away from overtime.
Why does he reload the shotgun there? I'm sorry. I gotta talk about it. Why is he reloading the shotgun there? Reload your main gun. Oh, it was full out of ammo? The main? Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Thank you, Chad. But
W, Chad.
yeah. I'm not gonna do a heart because you can't see it anyway. But it's in my in my mind's eye. Oh, I have a little heart for you.
Hold on, we better cook on stream.
Wait, get my chair. Heart?
There we go.
So ridiculous. But anyway, I totally forgot what my point was before I said. Why he was really a shotgun. But okay. I'll give him that. He didn't have any bullets in his main. But he shouldn't have swung. You didn't hear the walk up. He was standing there holding you. You just gotta waste time. And I still can't get over the 3-man swing down blue. You lose the first 2. Okay. But 3?
Yeah. To be fair, it is the first map, and like honestly, if I was them, if I'm in a 5-man series, obviously it can be a 3-0 still.
You don't troll the first map. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find anything to give them, but honestly, that's just a mistake you don't make. Okay, I will say the first, trying to get the revive on the first player, that's a mistake that's understandable, but then losing a player, then going for the revive again, and then losing that player also it's just a mistake. It's kind of a thing like you trick me once, you can't trick me again, but it doesn't matter. It's like because but
it's like the people who will play around and go, but I got mine.
Yeah.
Like, dude, yeah, sure. But like, really? That's what you're going for? Anyway, we're wasting enough time talking about that. We're gonna get to the next round. As Ape's looking to see if he can duplicate it, but Didi's gonna find one on the Vil first. MT finding a lot of information. Wait, she gets spotted when she's just carrying that?
Yeah. Or actually, no. She's spotted when she activates it, and she still has the gadget in her hand.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Doesn't really give a whole lot of info because you can just hear the hatches being open.
Yeah, but you can tell where she's going.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But, it doesn't matter because SSG is just not pushing. They're scared. They're continuing to be scared. They didn't get the first pick. Vil is actually the first player to be picked from the side of Valkyrie. And yet again, we're seeing the exact same problem we have seen round and round after again from SSG Academy, and just the lack of actually pushing until you're basically forced to. And like we saw, they were attacking the first time they attacked this site. They didn't actually push on the site until 20 seconds left, until nobody was swinging from Valkyrie. They were just kind of honestly forced to.
Yeah, and it just makes you question this. I'd just like to point out we're at a minute left and they're still opening third. Time's the 6 man. I mean, what more can you say? Hitman's gonna get droned out. They know he's dirt, but will he actually hear the fact that there's 2 players trying to walk in behind him? He looking to see sneak up. Hitman walking up though. He hears the player up there, and he's just gonna cut him down. Insane as a couple are gonna fall. Didi's gonna fall as well with the stray of bullets falling from Team Valkyrie. Bitcon's gonna find one. Try to keep it alive for his team, but it doesn't matter. That's that first map, and that's Clubhouse already down something that realistically should have gone SSG's way. They're a team that plays incredibly well in Clubhouse. I don't know what I was watching tonight. I won't lie. There was a lot that kind of went wrong. I think the biggest thing was they weren't consistent in the way that they were playing.
No.
If something works, do it. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
That first round, really good aggression. Second round, where was it? I can't even excuse it. There's just so much that they should have been doing. That they were trying. Honestly, it was kind of just lazy.
It was.
They won that first round and we're like, cool. We just shut them down almost flawlessly. I think it was like 3 players still alive, maybe 4.
Yeah, it was a 4v1, then a 3v1, and then a 3v0.
And then you just started giving up space. Every single round that they lost there, Goose, they gave up space. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all it was. They were giving Valkyrie the space, and Valkyrie's going to take it if you give it to him.
100%. Valkyrie, it just looks like they want it more. But not only that, I think now we have identified that it is a big problem. And if SSG do not fix their attack, they're going to lose. Simple as that. I could even see, going in this game, I thought it was going to be a really, 3-1, 3-1 maybe for SSG. But if they don't fix this attack, it will be a 3-0. Simple as that. If they cannot get more than 3 rounds on attack, they will just lose all 3 maps. As simple as that. And it's a very simple problem they just cannot do. And it really feels like we're in a transition period in T3 and T2 where some teams are starting to rebuild and just really reorganize how they want to play. And that's why Valkyrie are such a good team, because they're not redoing anything whatsoever. And honestly, it does seem like they even want this a little bit more than SSG Academy does.
Yeah, and but we'll see if that continues in the series. I mean, they've got 4 more maps ahead of them if they can kind of hold on for that long. But we're going to take a quick break before we get over to map 2, and we'll see you here soon.
Been trying to change what I've been trying to say. Words don't come straight from my head to my mouth. It's such a shame that it fell out of place. Was never me that was bringing you down. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more?
This is how I like it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Wild Goose Chase Grand Final. If you missed the first map, Valkyries took it 7-4 against SSG Academy on their map pick. Our second map will be SSG Academy's map pick. That will be Chalet.
And hopefully, SSG Academy has cleaned it up a little bit for this next one. We were talking a little bit off cam, Goose. There was a lot of questionable stuff coming out of
Yeah.
SSG Academy. There was a lot of really good stuff I liked well, but they weren't consistent. That was their biggest issue. You got to be consistent. If something, like I said right before we cut the break, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You just got to keep doing it. I would like to see a little bit more aggression coming out from them. It's been working. Vince has been doing really good when you give him that freedom to be first man in, first man taking that gunfight because he's been winning it so far. If I've been keeping track right so far, he's 4-2 on opening picks.
Yeah,
Just in that last one. That's just shows if it works, let it go.
do it. Yeah,
Do it.
exactly.
Like,
And I was also talking about you before. We're seeing the overall big mistake come back from their Aerial Arise series earlier weekend is that they cannot win attacks. But this time around, it's a completely new problem. When they played Aerial Arise, they were not winning attacks because they were not getting those opening picks.
Yeah.
But every time they got an opening pick on attack, 100% of the time it translated into a round win. But this time around, they're not having that much of a problem get those opening picks on the attacking half. It's that late round execute that they're having. And obviously, you're switching out a player from Barring, who's an older player, going to play that older style, trying to get that actual site execute going. So more of a newer player like Fens. So that could be why it changed up. But honestly, it's just a complete 180. And I don't think one player is to blame for that. I just don't understand. because Valkyrie is
Yeah.
sure they're an aggressive team, but they're not like SSG main
Yeah.
aggressive. They're not like Wanted Goons or Wanted Goons
No,
main.
they're not.
Well, they're gone now. But yeah, so it's not like Valkyries are this over aggressive, the most aggressive team. So it's just I don't know what's happening.
We're in game. That's what's happening. We're in game. But I don't know. I think the problem was they're not dominoing affecting. Like a lot of teams, you'll see an issue where they can't start the domino. They had the start of the domino, and then it went sideways. I don't know what they're doing. They're not following up on taking up space. They'll find some of the spaces. Bravo's gonna be the first one off the board. Something that got a little bit of use last round, but I think the most use it got out of was from SSG Academy. So I expect to see a lot of our Rooney if that's what they're trying to clear. As the first ban coming out from Valkyrie is going to be Ying.
Ying.
He's still on the board.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I hope that could potentially help SSG on their attack. Probably won't, but they're gonna have to actually, honestly, do a complete change around of not even necessarily how they approach attack. How they were approaching it was relatively good. Fenrir now also being banned. This is probably Fenrir's most banned map, and warranted, especially on that basement site. And that does, ideally make SSG's late round execute a little bit easier. And then Solus also being banned out. That was a player that SSG Academy used a whole lot, but also Team Valkyrie right next to them. So again, you can ban out these certain operators that make and put you into difficult situations on the attack. But at the end of the day, that is not why SSG Academy is losing their attacking rounds. But it will not matter because they'll actually be starting on the defense, going to Barn Gaming for their very first site.
2 defense starts coming out of SSG Academy.
Probably for a reason.
Because Valkyrie likes attack.
Well, yeah, that too. And
I
I
mean,
honestly, going into this game, not only do we know, but SSG, all the players on SSG Academy know they can't attack. I'm saying it right now. From what we've seen, you cannot attack. And I don't like saying that very lightly, but going against a team like Aerial Rise, which you just beat earlier last week 2-0, then you lose 0-2 and only having 3 attacking wins in the span of 2 maps, that is a problem.
It's also like weird because previously when JetCon played with Rai on oh god, what was his college team?
Oh, I couldn't.
I used to be able to tell you. I used to be able to tell you. I couldn't tell you.
I mean, you got like 3 different
anyway,
teams. Yeah.
Anyway, when he used to play with Rai, they were a really aggressive team, and they played really well in the attack. I'm pretty sure they had a higher attack than a defense. And so seeing him on a team that can't attack is just questionable. I mean, Bill's always kind of been a player that is fairly solid on both. He doesn't usually shine, but he shows up. He's there. He will get a lot of value. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he doesn't get value. I'm saying he doesn't excel. You never see that. But right now, he's not even really showing up. Bill's going to be pushed out of that little corner. That's why I was talking a little bit about him, because I was seeing what he was going to do in that corner before finally getting pushed out. They didn't have anything to really clear nades or anything. So he's going to be forced to push back. Decon's still holding upstairs in mezzanine before just falling because he didn't pay attention to the fact that they opened up office wall.
And now, with only relatively a minute left, not only do Team Valkyrie have complete control of Library and top Mez, but they have 3 kills. Amity getting 2. Bill eventually answering back. Almost gets a second, but it's Hitman to shut him down. And Bry now shuts him down. And Team Valkyrie look all powered up. And honestly, they look completely unstoppable. But for the side of SSG, it honestly looks like they're starting to drown in the water.
Did they not have main cam?
Like, even if they had main cam, you can hear a Buck opening a wall right next to you.
Yeah, that had to have been a glitch. There's no way that man doesn't hear Buck opening the wall and walking up.
Yeah, honestly, I will say it probably was just a sound glitch, because you do hear that.
But
and it happens.
Even then, why don't you have someone on cams checking for that? You should know that they're pushing over there.
I mean, to be fair, the wall was soft. They could have just shot it through the soft wall.
No. That's not my point. They should have known they were pushing from that side.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Like, you had a. No, they didn't have a player blue.
No, they had no player top blue. They had one player in library and one player top mez.
Wait a second. What? So you had one player fall. Finn's. I don't even remember where he was. I think he was bottom blue. Jetcon gets shot in the back, and no one playing top floor. Or
I could be wrong. Maybe a player, really flooded back. But see, the thing is, when they pushed so fast, nobody was on blue after that top mez player died. So either he fell back really fast, or he just wasn't there. We could just be looking like idiots right here, just not paying attention. But it doesn't matter because aim key makes Amdi look like I was gonna say an idiot. I just didn't want to call him an idiot. I had to stop myself there. But no, that was a really good pick from AMT. And honestly, especially with the SMG 12 and onto the Finka, not a whole lot of utility gone, but that's definitely a very aggressive player you can remove early on.
And it's gonna be up to them to find an answer for it. So far, they haven't been able to find anything. SSG still look like they're just not ready. I mean, I really like this play from Finn's playing with boosters. But even with that first pick, they haven't really got a whole lot of control of the map. They've got control of Kitchen and a player on blue. Azil's going to find another one, the Deity. So far, Valkyrie just kind of walking into these the gunfire coming out from the SSG Academy players. As Hitman's going to take a lot of damage. Jetcon's going to find another one. Team Valkyrie just kind of falling apart.
Yeah, a complete contrast to what we saw the round before. Halfway into the round, and it's just all on Hitman on that big tower rappel. He's just going to stay here hoping a player swings him. That player does swing him, but he misses the shots. They're now very well aware of his position, and they're just going to simply opt to just not even swing him. Just wait for that player on big window to swing, but he's going to drop down, looking to maybe catch somebody off on that rotate back down to site, but nobody's going to be here. SSG Academy realizes that they just need to play very passive. They can just wait for Hitman to come to them because that's exactly what he needs to do. Focal just waiting on the stairs, but it's actually Focal in sight to actually kill him and, a rappel in. Just a round you're not going to win. A really good answer back from SSG Academy, but Team Valkyrie didn't necessarily throw too much at them in that round. Not to take away from SSG Academy. That was still a really great hold, followed up by very good positioning, able to trade back players that weren't even, in a position to be killed. And because of that, SSG Academy tied it up.
I don't know. I still think SSG looks a little dazed. Like, don't get me wrong. Team Valkyrie kind of just walked into bullets. They're falling back to the issue that we've talked about before of just trying to throw bodies at an issue. They see, hey, here's a player that we really want to clear out, or hey, here's a little bit of a hole in defense, and instead of setting up drones, keeping an eye on him, setting up a crossfire so that you can at the very least get a trade out, they just walk through the hole, and it works sometimes. Sometimes you get lucky and you're able to clear out that player and you've got a bigger hole. But sometimes it happens like that, where Vil could just stand there and get 2 free kills. It hurts to watch this, I'm not going to lie to you, Goose. Because,
it does.
Like I said in our chat, I'll say something about one of these teams. You'd be like, hey, I really like the aggression coming from SSG, like that last cap. And then they'll stop doing it. Like, there are a lot of rounds that they're either just throwing or being given for free when it's just like dumb mistakes. Like I said, Valkyrie just walking in the line of fire of Vil, just kind of giving him those solo instead of swinging together, or SSG Academy giving up space for free as soon as they get shot at once. It's hard to compliment a playstyle when you're changing it every single round.
Exactly. Sometimes it does work. Sometimes when you do change up your play style, you throw the other team off guard. But the thing is for SSG Academy is they're not changing up their play style to throw Valkyrie off guard. They're just changing it because they don't know what to do. They don't understand that what they were doing initially was working. They will lose a couple picks, maybe even lose a round, and they'll be discouraged of it. And honestly, you just got to stick to the plan. You got to really put everything, all your cards into one table. Benz puts all his cards onto Bry's head. Hitman also getting a kill onto Vil, followed up by Deity and JJ. They're just going for a rush plant. One player down below with a C4 or impact rather, but he's not going to be able to even get a down onto a player. And now Team Valkyrie in a post-plant situation and effectively a 4v2 with all the positions, and now with Fens down, it's all up to Focal in a 1v4. They know exactly where he's going to be coming. Fens eventually finished off, and Deity to also finish off Focal. And yet again, as you were saying, once Valkyrie start to actually throw something at SSG, once they start to actually apply a lot of pressure, SSG start to struggle, and because of that, they find themselves yet again down a round and almost could be struggling on this defense.
I want to make a little adjustment to something you said partway into that round. You were talking about them just kind of changing it up because it to throw out your enemy. You do that when you're losing. Like, that should be something you should say, hey, it was really close. We got X amount of distance from site, or we were right at site door. We struggled a little bit to get in, but everything up to that worked. Let's make this adjustment to get past that barrier. Hey, we know this part of that works. Let's keep that, and maybe we transition it partly. Like, instead of direct taking, where you've seen, hey, there's a hole in their defense that they've been leaving every time. You split your push and you start progressing there, and while they're trying to close up that hole, you cut them from somewhere else. That's an adjustment you make because of a loss. They're making adjustments off of stuff that they're trying to anticipate is going to happen. And honestly, Valkyrie's playing TDM right now. I won't lie. That's what they've been doing for the last time and a half. Is all they've really been doing is playing TDM, walking into SSG and taking the fights. And it's been working. SSG is trying to anticipate some high plays coming out from Valkyrie, but they're just kind of walking at them.
Yeah, and as you said before, the round just before the last one, they had that exact TDM style. It was punished, but eventually it does result in 2 rounds. But Vil yet again getting the first initial pick onto JJ. Vil really being that aggressive player on the early round for SSG on this Chalet map. And yet again, he continues to just reap the rewards, and he's not being punished for it. Team Valkyrie somewhat just being forced to play around him, going to try to get walls open, trying to see if they can get a pick in. They did not shoot default camera.
Jetcon looking to
He's
see.
looking. He's looking. He's gonna run out.
Jump it out.
He knows the player. He knows the player's there, but it doesn't matter.
He doesn't find him
because he gets him. But Vil right on the window behind Amdi eventually gets that refrag. And now SSG Academy have put themselves in a 2v4, now a 2v1 position. Bry completely locked in this position, going to get some shots off, but it'll be Focal to win the gunfight and win SSG Academy their second defense. And I'm just going to say it right here, I'm going to be really worried if SSG does not win these next 2 rounds, because they've honestly only been able to win 2 attacking rounds, not only in the last map, but in recent. So if they don't solidify that 2-round lead going into the second half, I'm going to be worried.
I will say, though, that was an adjustment based off of a loss. That is what I want to see. They saw something that happened. And yes, don't get me wrong, it is not the same site. I'm fully aware it is not the same site. You can still make an adjustment based off of the way they're taking each site individually and saying, hey, I noticed they did this. It didn't entirely work, but this is how they've been approaching getting up to us. And they've made that adjustment. I like to see that coming out of them as they're going to be making their way over to kitchen. And I would like to see a 3-man upstairs. We know that Valkyrie is willing to just direct take sites. We know that they're just willing to walk in. And so let them. Create a trap. Create all these holes upstairs in office. Let them funnel in and just kind of tear them apart from there as long as you can hold top floor.
Yeah, and for this site specifically, top floor is that key to winning the site. If you lose that top floor control, it makes it so much easier for the attackers to get that bomb down. But if the attackers have to hit site from a two-dimensional push and not have that top floor clear, you're basically just running into vertical plays and you're just going to funnel into the gunfire of the players from above. And it does look like Team Valkyrie have the players, have the utility all set up in place to actually clear this top floor out. But if I'm SSG Academy and if I'm looking at them in this map and in this entire series, they need to be able to lock down these power positions early on the round, because if they do lose those gunfights, they need to be able to solidify that, they force Team Valkyrie to hit site at a really low time, maybe even 30 to 20 seconds.
Bill's still holding upstairs. They got 2 minutes to clear him out, along with JetCon. And this is what I was talking about. This is what I like to see. They've got some floor holes. They're kind of holding upstairs more than they're holding downstairs. Keep holding up trophy stairs. He's going to find 2 off of that window before finally getting taken out by Deity. But he's already found 2. They don't have any of those players repelling anymore, as Brian's going to find 1 before falling. SSG has been keeping a good count, making sure that they are up in man count. They've been getting trades every single time they found a death. Bitcoin's going to retake that space. This is what I like to see. They have more players. They can retake that space. Vocal is going to be playing out of kitchen. Looks like I said, Team Valkyrie may just be trying to direct take into trophy. MT's going to see if he can't clear that player off of the stairs, but you can't cook that nade anymore. And JetCon's going to cook him before he's able to fall down. And taking up the top floor. There's only 2 players live so far, as they're going to pull up JetCon to make it 3. And Finns is going to finish off the round with SSG putting them closer to that 4-2 count that we were looking for.
I will say, SSG, if you want to give away, or if you do lose this next round and goes into a 3-3 half, they still have plenty of time to change up their attack. They've had a whole entire, transition into the second map. We could see a much better attack. Also, because statistically, this is their best map. The most recent loss they had was a 7-5 loss. So a relatively, really close. They, matter of fact, just lost 7-4. Yet another very close matchup. But it's the thing is, they have to lock down these power positions on the defense, and that's exactly what they did last round. And we're going to be seeing Bar Gaming, and as I just spoke about, that power position, top Mezzan library, they just simply didn't hold whatsoever. Honestly, they just didn't hold. As soon as they came into contact with any aggression from Team Valkyrie, 2 players died, and in the span of 5 seconds, Team Valkyrie got control. No pushback whatsoever, and honestly, no picks given to SSG Academy to retrade, and honestly, it wasn't even relatively any damage done to the players. So this time around, you spoke about it before, teams, really adapting, changing how they play their defensive setups based on their losses, and this is the perfect opportunity to do that.
Also, put a player on blue.
Yeah,
like
there's not
honestly,
even a shield.
Not
even a mute.
Where's the reinforcements right there?
They do have. I will say they do have players pushed
Hall.
over onto Solarium in Master. I will give them that.
Setup.
I will give them that.
I just hate the setup.
I do. I'm right.
There's no double reinforcement on office hallway.
Where are there?
Sure, you have
Finns. Is a better question.
On site.
Okay, there you go.
In the basement for whatever reason.
And they're just gonna get it open. That reinforcement just doesn't even matter because you just.
Yeah. I mean, sure. You've adjusted. Finns is now playing office. You still don't have a blue player, and he just got spotted.
AMT though.
AMT finds one on JJ.
And AMT, really low health. That is your aggressive player. That is your entry player on Ash. So honestly,
alive in the corner.
Yeah, a really great start. Build looks like he may get aggressive, but bringing out that C4 just not going to work. Bri punishing him for that. And while SSG does have a great start, they continue. It's actually AMT continuing. And honestly, I don't want to take too much away from SSG, but if they didn't have AMT in defense in these positions, getting these kills, I'm really curious on what position they'd be in. And the position they're in right now is a 4v2 and almost getting that 4-2 half that I said that arguably they need going into their attacking half.
Finns is retaking meds. I guess they pushed JetCon off of it. Oh, I hate that graphic. Sorry, Finns is gonna be rethinking that mezzanine position as Jekon's gonna go ahead and fall. 2 minutes left on the, or a minute left on the board with 2 bodies left. They're still gonna have to fight their way through. Aimkey sitting inside of dining hall. They can't spot him out. He's going out, but so far they haven't found him. As Aimkey's gonna creep up, looking for the first one. He finds it on a Bry. But does he know there's a player behind him? Hitman can't cross another name off his list. He's gonna swing. He's gonna find Aimkey and take him down and take out that gunner from SSG.
Hitman with a really good gun and necessarily a really good player, but in a 1v3, no map control, no bomb control, and still 2 players upstairs on Library. This is just a round SSG could not throw, and if they do, it would be a throw for the record books. But Hitman just trying to find any head, any player that might overswing just even 1 pixel, but SSG is not going to be giving him anything. It is JetCon to finally finish him off, and SSG taking their defensive half 4-2, looking relatively a lot better than we saw in the first map.
Yeah. yeah. But let's be real. Valkyrie is kind of just shoving bodies. Like, I know I said it earlier that they were doing that in kind of in Clubhouse, but it's a lot easier when you double up and shove bodies. It's really hard to do that in Chalet.
Yeah.
If you're doubling up, you have to play one off a window, and it's just such a tight angle. It's hard to really find a whole lot of. Chalet's a big thing of using utility, and Valkyrie's not exactly the master of using a utility. I won't be too brash here, Goose, but they kind of want to just walk in, and I get that. I get they want to play aggressive, and sometimes the aggression works. Chalet's not the map for it. You can shove your way through, but shove your way through with utility.
Yeah, I agree. And to be fair, in their favor, especially on bar gaming, there wasn't a whole lot of utility SSG was throwing at them. And we're
there's so much more now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're seeing, Team Valkyrie just taking a complete different stance. Still, we have 2 players on double window spawn picking. They are continuing to push that aggressive play style, and they have 2 players on main door.
They're doubling up though, Goose.
Ready. They are doubling up. I really love this. But this is not the position where you double up.
What do you mean? There's 2 guns, 2 bodies,
the
easy
2 players in May, they're able to take out and deny that drone. They're able to deny a whole lot of intel. And if Focal does choose to swing this, even if he does get a kill, he will surely be traded. But SSG Academy just being really passive, really careful of where they step, making sure they don't step too far into the bushes. And JJ down below, I actually, even though we were laughing, I really do like so far how they're not really playing this round, but really how they're approaching it. But it doesn't matter because Vil, yet again, getting that first pick, and Foco follows it up by getting that mirror. That is a huge play and a really great start to their very first attacking round.
1 mirror off the board. That makes it a little harder for them to hold out a mezzanine. But JJ's still alive. He's just creeping out towards his main window, or main door. I don't think he's aware that there's someone just upstairs in that balcony. Focal sim right there, trying to see if he can't find that other Valkyrie cam, if I assume correctly. Phil creeping his way in through piano. He may find one before Focal finds one on JJ. 3 bodies just falling in unison. They've taken full control of top floor and full control of the round as SSG Academy is going to take it flawlessly in the matter of seconds.
That is hands down their best attacking round this series so far. And I really love this from SSG Academy. Sure, it's their first only attacking round on this map, but just looking how they played and how they've translated that playstyle onto attack, it really looks like they've identified the problem and somewhat fixed it.
Looking like 5-2 right now. I was thinking a little bit. I was like, I really like the slow and methodical take that they're doing here. They were doing a good job of slowly taking pressure and creeping up. Like we saw Vil creeping up piano, and then I look away for a second. I look back, and there's 3 bodies on the kill feed. I'm not too sure what happened there in Library. We were looking at Bill, but they just collapsed. I think what happened is someone jumped in library hall window right there and just murdered that Wamai sitting behind the shield, and it just happened in unison. It's something I'm not entirely surprised to see out of SSG Academy, but Valkyrie not winning any of their duels there, that's something I'm surprised to see.
Yeah, it is a little bit worrying for them. I'm not entirely sure of the statistics on their overall, win rate on this map, but SSG Academy, as I said, going into this map, this is not only their map pick, but statistically their best map in the current map pool. And it looks like we're going to get an answer back. And my question is, sure, even if they do win this, they could win the next 2 rounds potentially. Is it going to be a play style thing, or is it going to be a map thing? Maybe they're just really comfortable on this map. They're going to Skyscraper next. That's not a map a whole lot of teams tend to be that comfortable on, especially since it is one of, if not the most defender-sided maps. And Aimkey continuing to get those opening picks. Now he gets Amd, and that is now your, well, my Dawn.
And that's Blue Stairs taking control of. And Deity is going to fall as well, defends. And they've gotten most of top floor control, except for Bry, still kind of creeping upstairs. Hitman trying to hold him from the main breach. Bry's going to get a call. I don't think they hear him. Even though he's in a power position. Oh, no, they did. Looks like Dokebi heard him, waiting for him to rotate out. He's going to swing away from this doorway, but he's going to swing directly into the gunfire of JetCon before JJ's able to walk upstairs and take Focal out. Find a little bit of an answer before Aimkey shuts that down. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and shut down another defense from Valkyrie as SSG Academy puts themselves on match point.
SSG Academy completely turning around. They look like a completely different team. Team Valkyrie.
Oh, they're awake.
Yeah, they're fully awake. Team Valkyrie just were not ready for this awakening. They have not had an answer back. They got 2 rounds back to back, but SSG said, we'll do you one better. We'll get you 5 rounds in a row. And now they've gone 2 rounds in a row on attack. And not only that, 2 very convincing rounds, one even being a flawless round. And it really looks like SSG Academy, like you were speaking on in that first map, playing into that really aggressive, hit you fast play style. And they honestly, it just really looks like that first map. They were playing a little slow, and they just really got down to themselves. They didn't really believe in themselves in certain positions, as you saw. In 1 round, Fens was just sitting at the top of blue stairs, didn't really do much. He was just sitting there because he didn't really have the confidence to go push down and just trust his gun skills and overall game sense without any utility. But that's completely changed. Sure, some players are being drones, but you still have a lot of SSG Academy players taking initiative, swinging, taking map control without that intel, trusting their overall game sense. And because of that, SSG Academy are just 1 round away of sending us to our 3rd map.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is, like, it's easy as an attacker to take that first step into a room. It's hard to take that second one. Being able to know exactly where you need to go right after and willing to continue to go through. A lot of players will get caught up because they'll walk up to a doorway and they'll swing it, see one person, and if they don't die, they walk back and just kind of fumble. They aren't willing to continue up. But SSG Academy right now looks hot. They look like they're taking the second step in stride. As Hitman is gonna find one on the Aimkey and looking to shut down this SSG take, as they're like you said, on match point and have been rolling through Team Valkyrie so far.
Rolling through Team Valkyrie, they have been, and so far, with a minute left, Aimkey, actually, for the first time, I believe, this map, in a round that they have not, potentially lost yet, being that first pick onto him, and clearing out that shield on top blue relatively quickly, but they still have to worry about Amity on this top mezzanine position on this mirror. They still have not gotten this mirror wall open. But the thing is, aside from the player on top blue, he is somewhat alone. That blue player not going to be able to hide behind that shield. SSG doing somewhat of a bottom take, going to try to get bar and stock wall open so they can create pressure, but it doesn't matter. They don't even need to get the wall open to down Deity. And now with a minute left, SSG is in a position to start to push and take sight. But the thing is, you still have so many Team Valkyrie players spread out. And my question is, will it be the death of them or will it result in a win? But it doesn't matter because Fens just goes right into sight and takes it, followed up by JetCon and Vil. J Hitman in a position, but it does not matter because Fens shuts him down. And SSG take the second map, 7-2. We talked about it. We asked the question. We said, SSG, if you want to have a chance to get that $1,000, you need to start winning attacks. And they said,
Yep.
Sure, we'll give you 3 in a row.
Yeah. You were saying something about who can't win attack. No, but for real, they Team Valkyrie is incredibly good on attack. They've shown that time and time again. They play really well off their aggression. They're willing to take that space, but there's a lot of issues that they have on defense that they try to just answer for with aim, and it works to a point.
Yeah.
You can take those duels, and if you're winning them, cool, you're getting rounds. But if you're not, stuff happens like that. You're not finding the trades. There's a lot of players just not in a position where they need to be. Whenever they're fully set up and they're ready to go, they'll lose a body because a trade doesn't or a duel happens and they end up losing it, and there's no feedback to retake that space. That's what I think been the biggest thing so far for Team Valkyrie is they haven't had started that initiative to retake space. They've been giving SSG Academy a lot of freedom in being able to walk in through whatever they've cleared with their guns, or whenever they've like kind of pushed Team Valkyrie back towards site. There hasn't been any aggression back, trying to get aggressive to take those fights and take that space to waste time. And so what they've been able to do is set up these really fast ghosts. As soon as they are ready, they'll drop all those players. Like we saw that one round where Vil was sneaking up on Piano and then just 3 bodies falling.
Yeah.
That's the coordination
Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
expect to see
And
out of
you know,
SSG
and
Academy, and it's happening.
it was coordination. It wasn't just 3 players swinging you on a window that time around. You know, it was actually something that was planned and that did actually execute. And we will be going into our third map being Skyscraper. But before that, we'll be taking a little bit of a break and we'll see you guys in our third map.
man. This is hard fucking beeping after aliens. We on top of the world, we the sapiens. Do you understand massive complication there? Do you really think you know what I'm made of? My flow is so magical, I'm old, call me Gandalf. You can shine, but I'm about to go off. Heard me wanna believe what I'm saying, but I cannot do this at all. Welcome to reality, there's no way back. 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 Welcome to reality, there's no way back.
Mama said you're meant to.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Wild Goose Chase Grand Finals, and we've gone to our third map, and it's all tied up 1-1. SSG Academy following their 7-4 loss by no better than a 7-2 win on their most favorite map, and now they seem to be going right back into enemy territory, that being Skyscraper.
Last time I got to see Team Valkyrie here on Skyscraper, they were playing against it was Come Up last time we watched them, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was here. Yeah. And a lot of the problems that they were really running into was with the way I put it is basically the wall. So halfway between Skyscraper, right there at like that dragon drum side is this imaginary wall. It's where a lot of players can set up because it's very hard to get across without using utility. And so far, they have not been a utility team. So I would like to see them use a little bit more utility, bringing out a Flores. Maybe because they don't have that Ying any because it's probably going to get banned. Let's be
it's
real.
going to.
If it doesn't, they have to play Ying.
Yeah.
But they're gonna probably struggle with dealing with that wall. SSG has been really strong, and we're gonna see if they can keep it up. As we're gonna go ahead and start out map 3. What band you looking for here, Goose?
I honestly I want to see if we'll see a Solus go up, because with a map like Skyscraper, it is not needed, and it has been banned a little bit less. And honestly, going into the defense, I was a little bit worried about SSG Academy because I use Solus quite a bit, but now that they don't need it, they could honestly ban it out themselves. We could see a very different alternative. And I'm also going to see, I feel like a Dokkaebi and a Ying banned for attack, but if that Dokkaebi is not banned, it's going to be a Flores in return to deny the attack, that ability to get rid of that defender util, especially on the wall that you just spoke of. And now we're going to see if Ying is not banned. And honestly, if Ying is not banned, we're going to see her every single round for attack. It doesn't matter if it's Team Valkyrie attacking, it doesn't matter if it's SSG Academy attacking. If you have Ying on the board, it's pretty much a no-brainer. And Thermite being banned, that's crazy.
Actually, I don't think it is. They did it last time. No, they did it last time.
Yeah, they did.
They don't like that Thermite. They don't like them being open that double wall right between Drum and Dragon, right there where that drop is. I'm not surprised. I think the Ying should be stayed on the board. As Solus is going to fall, a zombie is my guess for this last one. If they're not banning a zombie, let's see. What do they got? Zombie?
Nope.
No, Fenrir.
Okay.
I can see it. I can see it.
Yeah, that's. I'd say that's valid. It goes to the continued theme of what both of these players and teams are bringing. But the thing is, for the very first time, we're going to be seeing Ying being able to be brought on the board. And the question is, Team Valkyrie, the very first round, are you going to bring her out? We do see a Lion, but no Ying, a Brava and a Lion being brought out somewhat instead. A little curious. JetCon bring Warden out, already anticipating it, but it doesn't look like he's going to be actually meeting that Ying.
Um, I I get what the point of Ainke bringing that thorn is. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I think it's a comfortability. He likes that gun, and you get that preventing them from being able to just walk in without having to deal with that. I don't love it. I think if you're gonna run something like that with the way that they are looking to set up, bring a Rooney. You've got that long
Yeah.
range Mark 14. Bring what else is on the board? Bring a zombie. Like a
Yeah.
zombie's on the
Yeah.
board. Bring her.
Yeah.
You put in a zombie barricade right there on Geisha on either side to give yourself a little bit more wiggle room to be able to walk around inside of Geisha. Still looking to see if he can't find someone, but he's not going to be able to find anyone. His aim key is going to fall, and it doesn't matter. That thorn doesn't matter anymore at all. It's off the board already.
Oh yeah, that's the second round of the last two rounds leading off the last map that Anki has lost the opening pick. Before that, he was pretty much, I believe he had around a 70 to 80% success rate on that leading off of his very first map, but he's gonna be taken out very quickly. Didi making sure he gets that wall open very quickly, making very quick work, trying to find yet another player, but he doesn't. It's actually Fens with a very nice shot on the SMG-12, followed out by JetCon on the run out, and Amki putting question marks in the chat, wondering, Team Valkyrie, what are you doing?
Yeah. They picked that first one off of aim key and then just threw two bodies into this dragon hold, and it isn't gonna work. He's got a shield. He's got this Wamais. You're not finding that kill as easily as they want to. As Aimty is gonna find a little bit of a hole via the Habana breach. Still trying to hold it together for his own. They haven't been able to clear him off yet. Looks like they're trying to do that now. First flash going out. They're going to try to see if they can't grenade it off as it's going to be picked up by another Wamai, but it's going to be enough to take it off the board. But they've already wasted a minute and a half right there, and they haven't found their way up onto this black or this top.
Even after losing that player, relatively, they have cleared out the wall. They have cleared out top shrine, but they have to clear out this last player on the side of Bill in drums, just hiding in this cheeky little corner, waiting for a Team Valkyrie player to swing on towards Geisha. But right now, there's no player over there. No one will be swinging. And the question is, will Team Valkyrie be able to identify Vil in this position? Because if they don't, he can just swing and get the two players right there. But actually, Team Valkyrie looks like they're going to do somewhat of a split push. One player in kitchen, one player on shrine, and one outside on balcony, just trying to catch any SSG Academy player rotating over. And Vil still holding this angle, but nobody will be coming over here. Two players over on the side of Black will be coming over here. 30 seconds left. No players being able to find. Vil finally starting to move, trying to flank a player that honestly he probably won't find him because of that. He's let JJ slip through his sights, and JJ gets a huge double kill. That's a really big oversight from Vil, but Vil is right behind him, ready to get the down. But it's actually Amity to get the kill onto Vil, and now it's all up to JetCon. In this 1v3 position, JJ is going to be able to get the bomb down. He's going to swing JetCon, and he wins the gunfight. A huge round from JJ. A really good round. And honestly, is that our first plant?
I mean, it is the first of the game.
No.
Or of the series. No, it's not the first plant of the series. I thought you were about to say of the game. It is the first round, so yeah, it would be the first plant of the game. But no, it's not the first plant overall. I like the way that they got through. They did lose two bodies to it being dumb. But they settled down and said, "Hey, we're struggling to get through this wall.
Oh,
So let's slow
just-
down a little bit.
I can't hear
Let's
you,
find that
Interritus.
utility.
There we go.
And let's actually sorry. Let's actually take our time being able to clear them out. And they did a good job. They were able to clear off that shield and just make it so that they didn't have to waste any more bodies trying to fight Vil right there, able to push him off and made it a lot easier. Like you said, they got through that wall. They were able to push through. And as soon as they finished that up, it was so much easier for them to be able to take site. That's the big thing with Sky. Sky's a really hard map for teams that struggle with attack because it's a kind of two-step process. First step, clear out the office side. Clear out first floor, clear off office side if you're playing karaoke. If you're playing offense, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
And then step 2, get through that wall. And they did a really good job of it.
Oh,
They
100%.
use utility, and that's what I was asking for. That's what I had been asking for, Goose, the entire time. Start using utility. Stop trying to push through. They did do it. That's why they lost those 2 bodies. They tried to push through. But I did like the adjustment mid round to say, hey, let's take a second and let's clear this with utility.
But going into our second round, actually, SSG Academy is opting for the exact same site, saying our overall game plan, they relatively liked how they played that. It was just a really big oversight from Phil in that drum position. If he was just in a little bit of a better position, swinging that, he would not have let JJ go into site and get those big 2 kills, eventually a 3K. But it's going to be up to SSG Academy. Again, it's that late round. It's really just playing those positions together. They played a little, I wouldn't say isolated, but a little scattered apart once they only had 3 players left. And honestly, I just want SSG Academy. I want to continue to see them play that exact same playstyle. Don't change what you did, because not only did it work, but it got you a 7-2 map. But nonetheless, Team Valkyrie, honestly, a great answer back round coming off of the, I wouldn't say a horrible, but, losing 2-7 is not ideal. But nonetheless, honestly, really changing up and really adapting how they really approach the attack.
And we'll see if they can make, or if SSG Academy can make the adaptation to fix it. If they can find another way to slow them down just past this wall. It seemed like they relied on the step 2 a little bit too much, honestly, Goose. They said, hey, we know Valkyrie has in the past struggled with getting past this wall, but the biggest thing has been they struggled because of time, and Aimkey's not going to struggle to take down Deity as they find that first one. Kebi already off the board. That's a lot of information for Valkyrie's side.
Yeah, I also find it really curious that JJ is going to be bringing out this shield play from Monty, and we've actually seen this before. He did this exact same play last time he played Skyscraper last night against Wanted Goon's main, and oh no, JetCon gets a second one onto Hitman off of that C4, but AMD able to get the retrade onto Fens. And JJ is just looking. He's seething at the mouth, is trying to put this plant down, but it doesn't matter because Aimkey continues to put the dagger deeper and deeper into the body of Team Valkyrie's attack. And now they find themselves at a standstill at a 2v4. All the players of SSG Academy know exactly where these last 2 players are. Bry finds a player rotating, coming up off of Black Stairs. Vocal gets the final kill onto Bright. Now it's all just up to JJ, but it doesn't matter because JetCon sets him down, puts him down into the dirt, and SSG Academy win their very first defensive round on Skyscraper.
Okay, I'm gonna say this first. I am a shield guy. I love me some shields. I love playing Clash. I love playing Monty. What I don't like seeing is a team crutching on them. You can't make it the focus of your attack. Yes, it's fine to say, hey, we're gonna put Monty at the front of our main attack, to get us forward and take a little bit of space, get us out of Blacktop. You still have to have another plan. Their only plan was to have him stand right there in the hallway and just ping people out, and they were gonna take fights. If you win the fights, cool, but you gotta stop relying on winning fights. It's not reliably happening right now. That cannot be your answer, Valkyrie. You need to take a second and, like you did in that first round, stop and use utility. Figure out where they're going. Let's drone it out. Let's open up some floor space. That's soft floor right there that you can open. Something. You can't just let them bring you into these duels when you are not reliably winning them.
As you talked about, mainly in the second map, Team Valkyrie really just relying heavily on that TDM playstyle. And once SSG Academy finally figured it out after 3 rounds, they got 5 in a row. And Team Valkyrie didn't get one answer back. And that's why you find yourself tied on your 3rd map. And right now, SSG Academy not getting too aggressive, not going for their spawn peaks that we saw in the first 2 rounds. playing a little bit more passive. I wouldn't even say passive. You're just kind of just not, swinging your body into the lines of sight of attackers, and you're not playing into Team Valkyrie's play style. And that's what SSG Academy continues to do, because if Team Valkyrie is just being given these easy gunfights, they're not going to try to change. But if you start to force them to change and eventually they don't make that change, you're going to start to win and turn the series around.
He's getting aggressive out here on this terrace. He's got that Malusi to play off of, where they finally been able to clear that off. He's wasted a minute so far. Valkyrie's still making their way through. Starting a little bit late on some of these clears. I would, especially on a map like Skyscraper, like to see it a little bit faster. You haven't really seen a whole lot of spawn peaks coming out of SSG, so other than Vil being on that bottom window right there in lobby, they haven't done a whole lot. And so seeing them being so slow on trying to get into the building hurts a little bit. Valkyrie, a team that likes to play aggressive, is being slow where they don't need to be. I know I said slow down. This is not what I mean by slow down. I mean get in the building, get yourself set up to start the drone, and then slowly droning it. You have 3 minutes. That doesn't mean spend 3 minutes outside, as they still are trying to get through this lobby. They haven't set a drone up on Vil. They don't see that he's just walking out, and he's potentially going to find one if Bry walks a little bit further. Vil's going to be looking for it, but it's going to be Deity and Fins to find theirs first. Empty still downstairs. Bry holding his back. And he's going to swing as Vil finds one before Bry takes him out. He's already done the damage, as JJ's going to find one before Focal, and Bry finding one more. Bodies falling left and right, and it's up to Focal to hold it together for SSG. Bry and JJ getting on the space, getting upstairs, trying to get this plant down, but they haven't been able to make their way into sight just yet. Focal's holding him down. He finds the first one. He's going to swing back to prevent no trade. I know where he is now. Focal slowing himself down, trying not to swing unless he gets the first contact. Bry's getting aggressive on him. He hears him walking up. He's going to try to walk back. He only has 9 seconds. He has to swing it, but not swinging yet, as Focal's going to take him down. Bry's not going to be able to get his first contact that he wanted.
Yet again, we're seeing that problem from Team Valkyrie of, when they start to throw out that TDM meta, just trying to push the actual defense, the front lines, those extended holds, solely by simple utility like a Zofia or Ash Charge followed by guns, it doesn't work. And their answer to that is Montaigne. JJ bringing that Montaigne out. You guys have Ying. Bring a Ying out. That would help you wonders. Obviously it won't fix your problem. It won't be the solution, but it will help you out indefinitely. That Monty didn't necessarily work out. But going down to this, kitchen and dining site, honestly, I feel like this is a better situation, somewhat, especially for taking up map control, as you do either have, push directly or pushing over from office to over. So I feel like if you use Monty as, a very aggressive Monty, actually not only going for space, but actually maybe going to apply pressure, maybe even getting a pick off, it could work. But you can't just go off from playing really aggressive to just playing really passive solely because, like, okay, it didn't work. Let's just try something completely different. You have to fix your micro mistakes. You can't bring out a whole entire different plan because you're still going to have those micro mistakes.
And the other thing is, like I said earlier, you can't rely on it being your only main play. Like, what I would like to see coming out of Team Valkyrie here is having it as a side push that looks like it's their main, and contact up on their second one, on their actual main push. What I mean by that is they slow walk 3 players or 2 players somewhere else into another part of the map, trying to get in to let's say drum. They walk up house stairs and take this fight. As they're doing this right here, Benz is potentially almost losing his life as he's going to swing across that, but JJ can't get out of the way for his team to get a shot. He's able to get his way into Blacktop, and JJ trying to get his player in as he's just walking in the stairs. They're trying to hold from upstairs, but they may be able to just plant right here on this wall.
They have identified that there's not too much of a hold, but the thing is, Vil is upstairs. Focal and Fens get the very first 2 big picks, and now that is your Monty and Defuse gone. And yet again, Team Valkyrie's game plan just completely shut down because it's just somewhat one-dimensional, not necessarily in how they were pushing, but just, overall their game plan. That Monty was their do or die, and it happened to die in a 3v5. You do have half the round left. You do have time to find the players, but it doesn't matter because SSG is going to just continue. Deity does find one on defense after that one player was down, but he's going to get his health down so much. Hitman just missing all the shots. They know exactly where these last two players are. It's just down to Vil and JetCon to finish it off. And yet again, we've come back to a tied game going 2-2.
And that's what I mean. You cannot rely on your Monty to be your main push. You can't expect to say, hey, we're just going to walk him down the stairs and figure it out from there. I'm not going to lie. It feels like Valkyrie is just playing it by ear. They come out of the beginning round and say, "Hey, we want to end here. We want to end off that we want to end off that wall right there in barbecue." And they just kind of walk in and see what happens. There's not a whole lot of like coordinated side pushes. For the most part, a lot of their pushes have just been direct. Walk through blacktop, walk directly down the barbecue stairs, and just try to get on site. It's just not working. SSG Academy has realized that they're doing this, and they've gotten 3 free rounds off of it because a lot of their indirect pushes have just been a one-way walking through either office and just trying to bully their way in through Shrine or trying to bully their way in through Blacktop. And SSG is just not getting bullied right now.
Yeah, SSG, even in that, round when they did go office and they were bullied into a 2v1, when Team Valkyrie did get the intel and find those initial picks, found the, swung first, got those gunfights, got those picks early, it doesn't matter because they didn't do enough early round prep. And that last player from SSG Academy was just in a great position. And speaking of great position, Bill almost in a great position to catch out Amity, not going to do enough to get the kill, but he is going to get him relatively low, and he has pushed back Team Valkyrie, and they haven't entered the site, and it doesn't look like they will in the next 20 seconds, so it does look like that Bill is going to be able to waste around a minute in that play. He is going to fall back to site because he realizes that, sure, he didn't get a pick, but he's done more than what he was supposed to do in that situation.
But Team Valkyrie is still in the step 1. They have 2 minutes to work through step 2, and right now they've already almost potentially finished up the entirety of step 1, as Aimkey is still dangerous over there on drum, but they've recognized the danger so far. Get that wall open, make it a little bit easier for them to walk in Shrine, because that wall is going to go ahead and start getting opened. But they need to start something over on drum and get a drone in there. They'll maybe be able to get a free kill if he can just stay alive. He's not going to be able to find it. He's going to go ahead and get flashed out. Finn's pushing them back so that Vil can reset up. But they've lost that shield so far. And it's going to be up to Aimkey to hold drum side because they've lost full control of that Shrine side.
One thing I find really curious is that Team Valkyrie is really good at using their utility only when they push drums and dragon. This is the only site, This is the only position that we've actually really seen them use their utility.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say I'm curious on why, because I honestly I think it may be a lack of, not preparation, but overall the idea. It does look like maybe they're trying something a little bit new to really off-put SSG Academy. And speaking of off-putting, Focal trying to off-put the player, but it doesn't matter because Deity just knows Focal is there. Gets the first pick onto that Valkyrie, removing that C4, removing that roamer, but he looks away at the wrong time. But no, that SSG player does not get the kill. But the thing is, Team Valkyrie, you've gotten a pick, but you find yourself gone 2 minutes and 30 seconds, only 30 seconds left in the round. You actually have to start to push towards site, and Fens gets that first player. AMD gets the kill, but retraded onto Vil, and now with the last 20 seconds, a 3v3, Vil having a really good line of sight onto the actual run-in. Right back is Bry. JJ trying to go in for the plant. He starts to get the plant down. It doesn't look like they realize that he's in this position. He does, but he doesn't know where these last two players are, but he doesn't get the impacts off in time. Hitman gets a big two-piece, but Bill follows up with another two-piece of his own, and that's a triple for the round. And now Hitman going to the opposite side of the site. But no, Bill's on defuse. He may not be able to be in the position to get the defuse, but he is. Hitman finishes off Bill while he was on the defuse, and Team Valkyrie edging back ever so closely to get that even half.
Trying to see if they can't. They're up 2-3 right now. It's going to be up to them to grab this last one. But I don't know. I'm a little scared to see this SSG attack. If it's the same as we saw in Chalet, cool. If it's not, it's going to be a lot of the issues that we've seen coming out of Team Valkyrie so far in this map. They have exclusively been able to clear that one shield and shrine with almost 100% accuracy. I guess accuracy. I don't, whatever word I'm looking for there. But other than that, there's been a lot of power positions that they just haven't been able to clear. I don't think I've seen them go Geisha yet. It's round 6. Have they walked in Geisha at all? Has Valkyrie put a player in Geisha?
No. You're correct. Not one player has gone in Geisha. They did open the wall up. They do open the wall up, and there is a player on that balcony, but he was holding the big window to the right of Geisha, and it's just like
I don't think SSG Academy plays anyone in there. Like they play.
No. Last round they
rotate.
did. Last round they did.
Okay.
They had one player in that connector, and that's where they got the C4.
Flash him out, swing him, take him out.
You have
and
Ying.
It's so much easier to take out Drum.
You have Ying.
Oh yeah. Wait, where's Ying?
Ying has not been brought out one round.
No Ying. They played Dokebi like twice.
I am happy they retired the JJ shield. It's just not working. You're not Canadian, JJ. I'm sorry to say.
Canadian.
And yet again, aim key. Just that one player to be on the forefront of the battleground, and he's continuing to just be this player, but it doesn't matter because it's actually Deity to get the first pick onto him. Jetcon holding a position. Hopefully, he's trying to get the trade back onto this player on top black, but the thing is, he has 4 players all around him. He sees one player, he does get a kill onto AMD. This is the very first pick for SSG Academy, but he's still in this very tough position. Being held in a crossfire, he's forced to either go for the swing or run out of this position, and it doesn't look like he's opting for either, but it doesn't matter because it's Fens and Focal to follow it up. Jay Hitman gets the refrag, and Focal has the idea of where Hitman is, but these 2 SSG players realize that it's better off if they just rotate back off site and just give Team Valkyrie this map control that they don't even really need anymore. And finally, it looks like the player might go into Geisha.
Well, it took 6 rounds for them to finally walk in Geisha. And it's not even karaoke. I don't know. Like a disappointed father watching this. Like there's oh no, JJ's finally taking Geisha. Maybe they'll find a round. Like you're still struggling with a lot of stuff. And sure, Geisha wouldn't fix some of these issues. It'd make it a lot easier. Make it a lot easier if you're pushing into Geisha. You're splitting this defense. But are they're just not going to drown out Focal? Please tell me they know he's there. He's getting swung. Yeah, okay. It doesn't matter. He still wins the fight anyway. JJ's going to get taken out. And Hitman's going to fall as well. And SSG Academy is going to put us up at a 4-2 half.
In going into their attacking half, they have a 4-2 half. And even if they do, kind of blunder going into the second half, they only need 2 rounds to send it to overtime. And, continuing just on the trend of how both teams have been playing and how this map is playing, I potentially could expect maybe our first overtime. But my question is Team Valkyrie, how they're playing on this map, is it just the attack, or will it be a problem that translates over to their defense? I don't think it will. Defense on Skyscraper is just default. I wouldn't say it's easy, but it's very comfortable. It's a map that really puts you in very comfortable positions. On the turn side for SSG Academy, it's a really hard map to attack. That's been a problem that sure we didn't see in the second map, but that is statistically their best map. Clubhouse not being far behind, but still. I really want to see. I think going into the second half, we'll really see who the better Skyscraper team is, or if it's just a defender-sided Skyscraper.
Yeah, I mean this may be just like SI watching no teams be able to attack. It's rough. There's a lot of issues that they've been showing. Mostly the fact that Valkyrie's just gotten lazy on a lot of their pushes. They are trying to just shove through, and like I said earlier, it's fine if you're shoving through with utility. They're doing it on drum, they're doing it on shrine, and then they hit site door, and there's like whatever, let's walk in. It's been working a little bit. Valkyrie's been giving it up because they've realized, hey, we're doing a lot better on retaking site than we have been on holding site. So we're gonna give up site and just fight them as they try to get bombed down. As soon as they get bombed down, walk back behind them because they aren't flank watching. But at this point, Team Valkyrie's on the defense, so they can play their aggressive game. PG's playing aggressive over here in drum. I like this double up, triple up with 3 players sitting inside of drum. No one over on Shrine, I guess? Oh, no, it's Empty. Empty over on Shrine side.
Yeah, I really we're finally seeing that Azami being brought up, but yet again, we're not seeing that Ying. It doesn't look like both teams really want to opt to go for her. So it looks like that ban wasn't even needed. But Hitman needs that headshot onto JetCon, and he gets it. That's a really big first opening kill. And Team Valkyrie continuing to triple up on this wall that you've spoken about before in SSG Academy. Not only do they have to deal with so much utility, but it doesn't even matter because Fens gets the very first pick for SSG Academy in a retrade onto Deity, and that helps soften up this position over on drums a little bit.
1.5 left on the board, and JJ is gonna, or Hitman, excuse me, is gonna fall inside of drum. And is gonna be able to find him and get his players up a little bit closer. Still gotta find his way in as Empty holding over on Shrine side. JJ boxing them in from Exhibition off of this Mira, making it a lot harder for them to push in. He can prevent this player from jumping in this big window. It'll make it a lot easier for him to play, but he's got a player holding him from drum side. And keep rotating down. They only have a minute left, and they're moving a rotate, or they're moving their push. They're trying to get to backside, blind them. They've got to hurry up if they want to take this round.
We're seeing yet again that lack of confidence in the late round for SSG Academy, and they're putting Team Valkyrie in, sure, still a 3v4, but a very comfortable 3v4 that we initially didn't really find themselves. And they are going to have to worry about this backstab. Bry is down and eventually finished by Fens. That's a triple for this time. But oh no, Vil down and eventually finished off by JJ. And with 20 seconds left, SSG Academy have not found their way into sight. And Amdi finds yet another pick on defense. Team Valkyrie seem to be shutting down this split attack. It's all up to Focal and Amdi. Amki down by Amdi and eventually finished off on to Focal. And the very first defensive round goes towards the side of Team Valkyrie.
And I mean, they're kind of stalling. They're getting stalled, is what I meant to say. They're doing a really good job of clearing office side, pushing that player outside of drum. I like the fact that they were usually putting aggression on him, and then had a player Finn sitting on that big window waiting for him to make a mistake and try to fall back. And then they kind of stopped. They didn't do anything like opening up main wall. That should be one of your first, whenever you're playing office, that should be one of your first moves. It does not matter if you are pushing office at all. Doesn't matter if you want to walk someone through there. It's the fact that you have it open that they have to put a man on that. They have to leave a body on top of that or watching that so that someone can't just walk in. It's that phantom pressure. They just didn't do it. They didn't put up that pressure. And so when they got stuck right there inside of Shrine and inside of Drum right there, it was rough for them to push in because they didn't have to worry about anyone walking behind them. They tried to walk someone behind, but it was 45 seconds when they started making that decision. It's way too late to do that. That's something you have to do at the beginning of the round.
And, as I spoke about before, it's just that really lack of confidence. SSG Academy,
Oh, yeah.
they didn't know it. They had everything in their favor. They had Team Valkyrie pushed all the way against the wall, but when it came down to actually try to take Drum, try to take Dragon, they're like, oh no, I'm scared. I'm going to go to the opposite side of the map, which just wasn't needed. If you used the utility that you had and the players that you had, you would have been able to relatively easily clear out that position, but they just don't have confidence in that late round push. And it's yet again another problem that we saw on Chalet coming out again. And I'm just kind of confused on why we're seeing it.
Getting aggressive, looking to see if he can't take out Fens. I think they have a Claymore on that window. He's going to be careful if he's jumping out. No, he doesn't. Fens is looking for it, but he's going to fall. Or sorry, excuse me, DD's looking for Fens, but he's going to fall to JJ, or to Hitman first. They're going to fall off? They're just giving up all that space after getting a take. I guess Bry is still holding it. But I would love to see Fens walk down Restaurant. Never mind, they just keep walking around. It's like a little game of chess as they keep moving their pieces everywhere. But AimKey looking to see if he can't push his way in and get this player off the shield.
Yeah, I really like how Team Valkyrie is starting to try to retake map control and really try to push back SSG Academy on this push, but it doesn't matter because Hitman swings, but Bill wins that shot with that DMR. That DMR continues to be such a hard hitter. He may find a second. He does get it down onto JJ, and yes, he does. He gets his second in the round, and now SSG Academy yet again are only 2 players away from the round. Almost slips by Deity, and yes, he does. Going to ring up that call to potentially expose the last 2 locations of these 2 players. Vocal gets the pick onto Deity, and now it's all up to Bry in a 1v4. Get some shots onto Jetcon, but they know exactly where he is. It's just a slugfest, and it's AimKey to come out on top. And SSG Academy take their very first attacking round in a relatively convincing fashion.
Able to push their way in, and like you said, it was just a slugfest. Every single time that SSG has gotten 2 picks without a trade, they've kind of just capitalized on it. They've been doing a good job of domino affecting off of that because they've realized that when Valkyrie isn't able to immediately get a trade and re-establish themselves, they struggle to find their way back and get in that footing, and they just keep losing bodies trying to do it. So that was a good call from SSG to keep just funneling in and taking those fights because, like I said, they can't really find their footing if they lose those 2 bodies and they haven't found an answer for it just yet. They have to get that immediate trade, or they just struggle to retake that space, and that's just really what happened. SSG did a good job of finding that round, and Team Valkyrie not looking like they really want to find this map as much as SSG Academy does.
No, as you said before in the last map, SSG has waken up, and that's translated right into our 3rd map. And Team Valkyrie so far have actually been somewhat stopped, even though it is, a back-to-back round win for both teams. The scoreline does not resemble those 2 rounds. It resembles a lot less of a closer series and game so far. But Team Valkyrie going down to that kitchen dining bomb site, trying to find an answer back. And we have not seen this bomb site so far from Team Valkyrie. And yet again, it is Fens to get the very first pick, this time on to Rye. Not a whole lot of utility on, but nonetheless a very first pick. The C4 going out, not going to result in much based off of relatively no intel. And right now, it's just going to be Team Valkyrie pushing back, but actually, speaking of pushing back, Deity not pushing back whatsoever, trying to hold on to Geisha for as long as he can, trying to maybe even get a pick off of it if he can. With a minute gone, it looks like SSG has been slowed down a bit. They do not have any idea that Deity is here. Surely they'll throw a drone out here soon. But Deity could get a pick on defense, especially since he's going to be on drone. They have identified he's here. Deity, all you need to do is swing. There isn't a player there, but he's not aware. This may hold him off for long enough, but no, here comes a swing. He doesn't find the player. He does find the head, though, and there shoots for the player that does not exist. And eventually, Team Valkyrie does trade it back with half the round gone.
Fighting demons over there as Bill's going to find one demon off the board. JJ's going to fall before Hitman finds one on the AimKey to keep that man count even.
Defuse.
Oh, that is defuse. They have sight, but they don't have defuse.
That player just solo pushed upstairs with defuse, with 2 players taking sight.
Love to see it. One almost sees one onto Deity. That would have been
Oh,
really
yeah,
bad for
Deity
them.
is just expecting his
Deity-
top black push. Gets a couple of shots onto Focal, but it's just not enough. He does realize that there is a player on Repel, and Deity, this entire round, he's just been a thorn in the back of SSG's push, but eventually Vil does get Deity. That is a double in this round for Vil, and finally, they've gotten some kind of control, but Amty upstairs in Drum still, followed up by Hitman over in Shrine, and they still don't have control of Case, and with 40 seconds left, the clock is ticking down, and they have no drones. Eventually, finally finding Hitman in that position. Hitman is down. A triple kill for Focal in this round, but Amdy says no, just not yet. But Focal answers back finally and puts SSG Academy onto match or map point.
And I mean, it's really been rough in these last 2 maps for Valkyrie. They haven't. They found 1 defense round in total in these last 2 maps. 1.
Yeah.
As much as I like their attacks, you can't drop that many defenses, especially on maps like Chalet and Skyscraper.
Yeah.
They're very big. Here's power position A. Here's power position B. Anchor. Just hold them. If you can hold those 2 positions, it's a free round. And I like their aggression, but sometimes it's just too much. Especially on a map like Skyscraper, where, like I said, you have that aggression. It's fine to be aggressive on the shield. Use the shield. Set up some ADSs. Set something up. You can't just sit here and walk into these players and give up these power positions for free. That's really been the big thing, is they're not fighting for space. They're fighting for duels. They're finding fights. They're winning some of them, losing some of them. But there's not a whole lot of, like, space awareness coming out from Team Valkyrie. And it seems like they're just trying to play this TDM meta, and SSG is winning.
And to be fair to Team Valkyrie is, they are an E2 team, this overall playstyle that they've relatively kept the same.
So is Valkyrie.
Oh.
They're both T2
Yeah.
teams. Let's be real.
Yeah, well,
That's not an
yeah.
excuse.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that, but what I'm trying to say is that it has worked, but with SSG Academy, it's just a perfect counter, against teams.
Yeah.
And that's why Valkyrie did not make playoffs, because a TDM, playing only a TDM meta, only works for so long, and eventually you'll find a team that can counter that, because let's be honest here, it's not that hard to counter a TDM meta. And sure, they're a great team. They have the gun skill, but they just need that extra leg, those extra strategies, those extra strats, those extra ideas overall. But they just don't have an idea more than, like, okay, let's drone this out. 2 to 3 people push it. Oh, we're dead. Okay, well, let's just start swinging more and hope we get a pick. But JCon actually loses his life first, followed up by Fens trading it back on to Deity. Deity finding himself struggling a little bit more in this later half. But Fens is not whatsoever, but Bry just finds his head on the swing, just missing his shots onto default camera. A little unlucky. Yeah, the definition of a little unlucky situation. But nonetheless, for the very first time in this round, Team Valkyrie find themselves a man count.
Yeah, I mean, this could be their round, as JJ's going to find another one onto aim key. Vil walking straight up. He's going to find a little bit of damage before finally finishing him off. And Focal's helped set them back up to even. We'll see his player sitting in Dragon, but he's going to lose his life before he can find any bit of damage onto Amty, excuse me. And Focal, last one alive. If he can find these last 2, this could be him finishing out the map. But he's going to take a little bit of damage from this player over on Dragon. And the big thing I think he sees right here is the fact that they're taking solo fights. That makes it so much easier for him to be able to do this, because they can't trade each other. Hitman sitting on an off angle, trying to see if Focal will walk into him. But so far, Focal's taking his time, as he's just going to start planning. I forgot that it was off his side. I'm not going to lie to you. As he's going to get this bomb down. Hitman seeing if he can't shoot him through the wall. But Focal's going to swing first on Amty. Swing another one on a Focal and almost find it. But it's going to be Hitman to keep Team Valkyrie alive inside of this map.
Going into that, actually post-plant situation, I think those 2 players from Team Valkyrie played it really well. They both swung him, both identifying that they could not play an isolated situation, and because of that, they got the trade. It was a very easy situation to play, and honestly, in my opinion, if played right, just pretty much unwinnable. Like one player swings, you kill the defender, and then there's just one more behind, just shoots you in the back, and that's exactly what happened. Team Valkyrie playing it very simple, and they've started to creep back, but they still need 2 rounds, not only to not win the game or map rather, but to just send themselves into overtime.
I mean, yeah, Valkyrie's just keeping themselves alive, trying to get those last 2 rounds. But with the way that they've been playing defense, it's gonna be a hard fight in these last two. SSG has been alive for them, doing a good job of, for the most part, not letting Team Valkyrie get the trades. That last round was an exception. I got to see some really good gunfights coming out from Team Valkyrie, and they were able to find those gunfights without, without um, giving up their life in exchange. That's what I expect out of these players. They have in the past done a good job of setting themselves up in a position where they can fight one player at a time and prevent the trades. They were struggling a little bit with it in these last two maps, but that last round was pretty good for the way that they were playing, um, and I'm interested to see if Valkyrie can keep themselves alive in these last two maps by doing that.
Yeah, even if Valkyrie does lose this map, it's a best of 5. They still have a chance, but this is your map pick. You do want to push yourself into overtime, and if we do get overtime, we may have a little bit of a back and forth, but we're not there just yet, and it doesn't matter. Fenn's trying to get his way right into Geisha, but it doesn't matter because DT gets the kill and says, all right, I'm done. I'm just going to drop right back down to site, save my life, and that's a really big pick that was just, in my opinion, kind of given away. I don't think there was a whole lot of actual intel on that player. Fenn's just realizing that there was going to be a player playing on that wall, swung in, and just lost the gunfight. And with a minute gone, aside from that initial engagement, SSG Academy hasn't really done a whole lot, and DT coming all the way back upstairs, retaking his position.
Dickon getting this geisha balcony open before two bodies are going to be able to fall. Deity and Focal falling off the board, but that's they're bandit. They're not going to have that C4 anymore. As Hitman's getting chased down right now. He's trying to keep himself alive, but they're trying to see if they can't find him. Keep trying to hunt him down, but he's still aggressive up here. Is Jay just going to walk up and find that kill? Dickon looking like he's going to see if he can find something, but so far, Valkyrie's been doing a good job of preventing this map from closing out, as he's going to try to drop that hatch and just get absolutely chased down by all the players of Team Valkyrie.
Got nightmare. That was just a headache of a situation for him. He was not going to even get one kill in that engagement, but we're starting to see a little bit more of a problem we haven't seen before for SSG Academy. Those first two initial engagements that they lost, both those players swung without any drone intel, any drone being followed up in front of them. And because of that, warranted, they just died based off of no intel whatsoever. And it looks like SSG Academy in that round, rather, I don't think it will continue into this last one of regulation, got a little too playful, got a little bit too safe. That Team Valkyrie had fully fallen off, and they were going to be able to just take these gunfights. But without that intel to back it up, it just wasn't enough. And because of that, Team Valkyrie got a very convincing round, only losing one player at the end of that round. And now they find themselves only one round from overtime. And if they win this, yet again, SSG Academy, for the second map, will only have 2 attacking round wins in regulation.
Yeah, I hate to say it, you're right. I hadn't been keeping track of that, but with the way that they had been playing previously, when we were sitting at that 3-6 half or 3-6 score line, honestly, it wasn't looking great for Team Valkyrie, and that's coming from someone who bet on them at the beginning. I thought with the way that Team Valkyrie came in at first, that this was going to be their kind of game, but they just honestly they haven't adapted a whole lot. they've been running pretty much the same thing all night, and it's been winning them rounds, but it's been losing them a lot of rounds. It's been costing them a lot, and I'd like to see a little bit of adaptation, uh, instead of this kind of what I put it as earlier, lazy play. They're just taking gunfights, forcing this TDM meta onto SSG, and it's not even a high enough win rate, I think, for it to be worth it to force them into this TDM meta.
No, it really doesn't. It just really seems like that Team Valkyrie doesn't have another strategy. They just don't have another idea of how they want to play this. And one thing I want to touch on is just this really long angle being held by both the AMD and Deity. I really love this. And it's honestly, really safe because, that player from SSG isn't going to be able to directly swing on to the player on AMD because he's all the way back there. But right now, Deity has been identified. They know he's in this corner. He's going to look away at just the wrong time. But it doesn't matter because actually, Bill comes out on top. Focal does get down, but he has not been finished off just yet. And now, Team Valkyrie find themselves in a 2v4, what essentially, for now, will be a 2v3. But with a minute 20 left, SSG Academy have finally found their answer coming off of last round. And with that one player up, it is now a 2v4, but actually, essentially a 1v4 for Hitman because he's just been left all alone upstairs. But Bride coming up for a big two-piece onto Amkey and JetCon. And now, SSG Academy have not been able to find anything, but Hitman finds the player onto Focal, and it's happening. The comeback for Team Valkyrie, they only need to get Bill on such low health. Bill's in such a bad position. He has no intel. He's going to swing into this crossfire, and Bry finishes off. And for our third map, in our very first map, we'll be going into overtime.
Are you ready? It's infinite overtime time. I guess I could have did infinite OT time, but whatever.
Oh,
that would have made more sense. Yeah, it's infinite OT. Goose.
I'm happy. I'm
all right.
excited.
Wait. Before we keep going with any of this, how many rounds is it gonna take?
We got 12
I need a number
right now.
We're at 12. What are we ending at? I'm saying 17.
I agree with you. I feel a 17. I feel a 17.
So the last time I did infinite OT, we went to 21 rounds.
Oh God.
on the fourth map.
Okay. All right. Yeah. It's the tail end. That's not bad.
No, it was not the tail end. We went to 5 maps.
Oh, okay. Wow.
No, there was still one more map after that. That was a fun one. Crying through the pain. But okay. Anyway, now that we've gotten the shenanigans out of the way, I don't know. We're seeing Team Valkyrie back on the defense, SSG back on their attack. Both, honestly, not their strong suit.
No.
Whenever we swap sides, it's a little bit closer to their actual strong suit. So it's gonna be up to Team Valkyrie to find this one. They haven't been as strong on attack as SSG has been on defense. So, like I said, if they don't pull this, it may not go to 17.
We may not see. We could just see an 8-6 right here and right now. But at the end of the day, it's going to be up to a team to win at least one attacking round. That's been a problem. But yet again, SSG Academy actually going to be going for a back take. Actually will be attacking the kitchen dining bomb site. So Team Valkyrie warranted will be falling back just a little bit, but will still be able to hold Karaoke and over by Geisha. And I really like this setup. Not only do they have so much set up on the top floor, but they have yet a second ring. Like we're setting up an onion here. They have a whole lot of utility. They have a shield. They have 2 players. So even if they do lose top floor, they still have a whole lot going for them right outside of the site.
I'm so glad my mic is muted. That was a wild
Hitman gets the very first pick.
Hitman's just gonna find a kill on the Finns. Minute in the round, and he's already found his first one. He's looking for a second one. And he's about to give it to him, though. It's gonna swing, and he's gonna find it. Take a little bit of damage from that barbed wire from Inky, but it's not enough to actually shut him down, as he's already taken down 2 players from SSG Academy, and they haven't found an answer for it just yet here. They haven't found any space either. Any of the space that they had originally started taking was just cut down. They're going to try to get this wall open. Con almost seeing the feet of this player sitting right there. Hitman trying to keep himself hidden as he's going to prevent that wall from getting opened. And now they know he's sitting right there on barbecue stairs.
I don't understand the point of that ace. He knew it was going to get shot out or impact trick. He knew there was a player on bottom black. And honestly, there's not really too much going on, but Focal being really big in this late round, getting 2 big kills, clearing out this karaoke side, trying to find this player on top. Black, and yes, he does. He gets a triple. He gets a down. And now it's a 2v2. Bry and Amdi are the last 2 defenders that SSG Academy need to clear out, but Focal, no, just misses his shots. Bry gets the first, and it's backed up by Amdi on a nice vertical hold from upstairs. And yet again, we're on match point, but this time around, it's Team Valkyrie.
But, like I said before, this is SSG's stronghold. This is the time for them to find it or to die trying, because honestly... Oh yeah, that's a timeout. There it goes. It took long enough.
Yeah.
It took long enough. I think it should have gone a lot earlier.
Oh, 100%. Probably when you were up 6-4.
And when you're up 6-3 and then drop to 6-5, I think you go, hey, we're about to hit overtime. Maybe it's time we take a timeout.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I honestly do. Going into overtime, I like the timing of this timeout. They didn't wait to win the defense, even though they know they probably have a really good chance to, and they're really confident in it. They're taking this time not only to set up their defense here, but also talking about what mistakes they made on the attack.
Oh yeah,
prepping hopefully for them the next attacking round they go to. And honestly, it's just going to come down to what team can win that one attack round that will just get them the map.
Well, hopefully they've spent that minute to figure out what they want to do, because like I said, this is Team Valkyrie on match point. This could be them closing out this map. And honestly, this is a really big, crucial one. Your third map into a potentially 5-map series. Third one is the biggest one, because everyone's starting to get tired. Everyone's starting to get a little bit lazy. Not just Team Valkyrie. We're seeing some people swing stuff without checking it, without having a player nearby. And it's just because they're getting a little antsy. So it's going to be up to SSG Academy to prevent themselves from losing this map if they don't want to go to a 5th map here.
Yeah, if going into that 5th map with it, which is inevitable, it's still really good for SSG Academy, but you don't want to have a 6-3 lead and then go into overtime and then lose. That is just a mental killer, if anything, especially in a best of 5, which potentially after this map, you still have 2 more maps to go, and it's Monday. Like, a lot of these players just got off work, especially one player. They actually had to push the game because a Valkyrie player got off work. So honestly, the fact that Team Valkyrie and both, SSG on the other side have this mental fortitude to just really keep going. Sure, they're making small little mistakes, but they're not throwing anything out of the window. We're not seeing huge glaring mistakes that are just honestly throwing them the map. It's still very close inch to inch. And Bill, even when he's on match point, even in overtime, he still feels himself, still putting himself out there. But honestly, Team Valkyrie so far have been somewhat wasting their own time, really going against that phantom pressure. But they do take control of Office and are starting their push on to get, again, what we talked about, the wall.
A wall. Big old wall. Imke holding this wall down by himself over on Drum's side. Gonna fall back a little bit, but he's still keeping himself alive in that doorway. Vocal downstairs, playing to see if he can't get a potential C4, but Jetcon's just gonna give up Geisha. Still finding one on the Deity over on T-Room before finally closing up this wall. Bry's gonna find one as Finn's tried to swing out to retake some of the Shrine pressure. Already been giving up as he's gonna lose his life. Empty looking to see if he can't walk his way into Drum. He's going to be careful of that player sitting right at top of top of restaurant stairs.
With a minute 20 left, SSG the answer back was dealt onto them, dealt onto Fens, but Team Valkyrie, you still have to push. You still have to clear Shrine. You still have to clear Aimkey in this power position. Aimkey opts to actually turn back, but there's 2 players trying to push this. Actually, 3 players now trying to push this drum, being supported by Hitman outside. The C4 will not catch him, and we're about to get the slugfest coming soon. Team Valkyrie still relying on all their guns, but it doesn't matter because JetCon and Bill shuts them down. JetCon with a double in now. AMT finds himself in a 1v4, now made a 1v3 with 40 seconds left. He has somewhat of a decent amount of time, but he has no idea where any of these last 3 players are. He doesn't know where the head of Amkey is, but Amkey shuts him down. And yet again, we are in overtime and still need 2 rounds to win.
You know what it's looking like, or not Chess, Goose. 17. Lucky number 17. I don't think that's a lucky number, but
7 is.
Actually, wait.
Just out of 1.
Wait, you can't win by 17.
Oh, did we not do math?
We did not do math.
We
I
did
forgot
not do
the
math.
fact that,
It's all right.
you can't win on an even round.
Wait, no,
Okay.
17 is not an even number.
Yeah, I know, that's my point. You have to win off of an even number.
No, you don't. You can win off
Yes, you
7
do.
rounds.
It's win by 2.
Oh, for overtime. I thought you were talking in general. Okay.
Yes,
we're
for
losing it. We're
for
losing it.
overtime.
We're losing it, dude.
For overtime, you have to win by 2. Bro.
Speaking of numbers, I can do enough numbers. Bill is only 3 kills away from doing a 20 bomb. Vocal falling up not far behind him. And yet again, we're seeing
JetCon's only 3 kills away from being positive.
Yeah, you got that. He's actually in the last 3 rounds. He's slowed down. Hasn't got a kill in the last 3 rounds. Been picked off a little bit, but yet again, SSG Academy on the attack. And honestly, if they can win it right here, they might as well have won the map because their defense has been near flawless. A 4-2 half in regulation and in overtime so far have not lost their defensive round. So SSG Academy, they could take it here, but Team Valkyrie in a very good position. Not only in a very good position, in a spot they almost won initially that was in a 2v1 that they eventually did somewhat kind of throw.
Just a little bit. They did just throw that just a little bit. But JJ's going to be holding off of... off of the bar. So I couldn't think of the call for the bar. I was blanking out there, but Finn's looking to see if he can't find one through that lobby. But he's gonna be able to get his way away from there and hold on to his life as JetCon gonna be playing in walk-in closet. Still helping him from underneath, but they haven't found anything as he's looking to clear those frost traps that they like to set there. But there's no frost this time, Bill. You don't have to fight any demons through the floor. You don't have to worry about jumping in. Deity holding right there on house stairs. Be very dangerous for the players of SSG Academy.
We've had 14 rounds and still need at least 2 more, and we've not seen a ying once. I don't want to say I don't understand it because obviously it's just not in the plan of both of these teams. And to be fair, they haven't necessarily needed it. Aimkey doesn't really need help because he gets the first pick, trade back by JJ. Bill following it up yet again, and with half the round gone, SSG have found themselves the first 2 players. But this is the problem. They can get those first initial picks even when traded, but it's that late round execute they have a trouble with, and they still have to clear these power positions like Amty in Dragon. With a minute left, they gotta clear these players out. They cannot put them in a position to get a clutch 3v4.
Like you said, 54 seconds on the clock. Team Valkyrie holding it down. They don't have to play aggressive. They just have to prevent the walk-in SSG, but that's just not going to happen. As Finns is going to start getting this bomb down there on side of... he's going to run out. He's going to find one, looking for a second, but Finns is going to shut him down. The attackers, SSG Academy, are going to find themselves up around and closer to potentially ending us from this hell that is Infinite OT.
Yeah. No, Bri, he's talking about that he's going on defense. So you can even see the players on SSG Academy realize that The defense has just been so good. Never mind, he just didn't realize infinite OT.
Yeah.
I
Like,
talked
why
about
is
it
it
earlier.
over?
I
Why is
talked
it
about it
over?
earlier. I'm not sure that half of these players are aware that we have infinite OT. So I'm pretty sure AimKey just
Oh,
realized.
they're aware now.
Yeah, they're aware now. The realization has set in that not only do they have 2 maps, but they have infinite OT.
Because GG and wait a second, it's not over. Look, I've seen some really incredible plays coming out of Siege players. Like sometimes some of the smartest people I know, and then you'll ask them a simple question, you're like, what? You'll see him go, yeah, let's start celebrating on Infinite OT. Hey, we can't say much though. We thought they'd win by 17, so
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, we're not there with the math either. But the thing is, we're going to be seeing the site that Team Valkyrie was in a 2v1 situation that they lost. But to give them, the benefit of the doubt is they still played that round really good. They were still in a 2v1. They put themselves in a really good position and they just, happened to just, miss their shots, put themselves in isolated plays. And this time around, so many rounds later, I'm not even going to try to do the math to save myself the embarrassment. They need to fix that initial problem. DT going down below paired with Hitman. I really like that Team Valkyrie. They're continuing this really aggressive play, just taking map control down below really fast, but they're doing it with a player behind them. They're making sure, even if they are picked off, there is a player in a position to get that refrag. But so far, SSG Academy not opting to put too many players on the bottom floor. They're going to have one player on stairs. But so far, it's just somewhat of a standstill, just trying to clear this utility, trying to get this map space.
DD underneath, trying to see if he can't prevent them from closing this wall. Bill's going to be holding house stairs. I would have liked to see him kind of walk down the house
Bill got
stairs.
20.
And, oh, he did.
Yeah.
He does 20.
Yeah,
W.
Nice.
But, he's just going to close that. Yeah, fair. A little bit of a damage to the wall, but Hitman, excuse me. That J Hitman throws me every time I see it.
Yeah, it does.
Hitman is gonna find one before. Oh, that's the house stairs player that I was talking about. The one that I wanted to walk down.
It is eventually
gonna find
back.
Hitman.
But a minute and 20 seconds left. They do have some intel on this buck below. It does look like Fens has an angle on him. He just has to wait for this player to swing him, but so far it's going to be actually Fens to get a little bit aggressive, trying to take back this map control, but it's JJ to go right into sight, going for the plant. DT gets a kill, but the C4 comes out from JetCon, and it doesn't get the kill. JJ, he gets the plant down, but he does get killed, followed up by Fens, and now Team Valkyrie in a 2v3, now a 2v1. It's all up to Focal with only 30 seconds left. No idea where any of these players are. He is being pinged by those Grim Bees. He only has 30 seconds left to get this bomb down. He gets on the bomb, hoping nobody sees him. A player from below, Amdi, trying to find him, but he can't find him. But eventually, Fry saves the round. Focal almost getting away with that ninja plant, but it's just not enough. And yet again, we need at least 2 more rounds to send us to the 4th map.
Hey, it's round 17. Maybe they can win this one, right, Goose?
There is a round 17.
Maybe they can win this round and put us out of misery, right? No. Oh wait, nope. They need another 2.
Nope.
Need another 2.
Aim key moment.
Real aim key moment. But I'm trying to think. Like, offense really hasn't been working for the defense.
No. Yeah,
why do they keep going back?
In the only round they did win, it was a 2v1 situation.
Where's my bedroom?
They should not have won.
Where's my bathroom defense?
I don't know.
Don't do that. It's troll. I'm joking.
Oh,
it's like running bar. That's like running bar in Clubhouse.
You asked if Team Valkyrie played in Geisha. DT's in there right now. There you go.
DT's in Geisha? Oh, let's go.
We finally got a Team Valkyrie.
Second player in Geisha so far? That is a way to do it. But I mean, I don't know. I can tell that they're kind of over this map. They want to finally get off of it, because at this point it's really just been players shooting. Like JJ just jumps up that hatch full blind.
I don't think he called like, hey, I'm jumping up the hatch, because they threw in flashes as he jumped up that hatch. And so he walks in there full blind, somehow gets the bomb down.
Yeah.
You have a warden on the board. How do you throw a Thin's gadget and warden doesn't pop his gadget?
Yeah. I mean, it's just, and speaking of Warden, we still don't have a Ying. I'm not saying you need to bring it out. I'm just so surprised that not only is it just left up on the board, but
Don't let Jasmine hear that.
after 16 rounds, it's just not brought out. And honestly,
No, yeah,
not
100%.
only is it not brought out, but they're just not even really bringing any like flash utility. This round alone, there is no flash utility. They have 4 nades and pair that with 2 smokes, and a couple of breach charges, to get rid of the walls. And I hope to God nobody falls into a claymore. If you are on overtime, yeah, that's just going to be a little bit embarrassing. But Aimkey, just in this really aggressive position, is where there might be a player, but he eventually is actually JJ to get the kill, being paired up. Hitman eventually the one to get the kill, but he actually swung him all the way from Black Door. That was a really nice play. And with a minute 40, SSG Academy, you find yourself with the problem of that late round. But the problem, again, is you lost that first pick. We have Fens down below trying to catch somebody off guard. And honestly, it doesn't really look like they have too much utility on the actual wall itself. JetCon eventually going to get the refrag onto JJ, evening out to a 4v4.
Fens is gonna find one walking up. Hitman's gonna find the trade onto him before more bodies fall. Valkyrie on a deficit though. They've got to hold this together for them, but Hitman is not gonna be able to hold them together as Vil is gonna take him off the board. One more and they can put themselves closer to getting rid of this map. Empty trying to hold themselves alive. Gotta prevent this plant. He's gonna rush up, but he's not gonna hear the player in Geisha till too late, as Vil's gonna take him off the board. And that's round 17, but it's not over.
Are we going to see a complete flip-flop? Are we going to see SSG win their attack, then just go on to lose their defense? Are they going to lose all of their defensive rounds in overtime after having a 4-2 half? I hope to God not. Put me out of my misery. I need to go to the bathroom. But
Real.
going yet again, we are on match point for, I believe, now the 3rd time. And honestly, a great matchup. Going into this, I think everybody knew it was going to be close, but we weren't exactly sure that both of these teams were, not only in the condition to get us to 3 rounds or max overtime, but yet again, SSG Academy, after not only losing 1 round, but almost losing a second in that 2v1, they decide, hey, let's try office again.
Please. Why? It doesn't work. Oh, barbecue. Usually, I think their barbecue is better than their office. Like, I don't know. I hate the way they play office. They try to just sit inside a site and sit inside a shrine, excuse me. And I'm thinking, for some reason, I'm thinking of theme park. Sit inside of a shrine and just try to fight it.
Do we have a
You
kill
don't have
record?
shields. A kill record?
Yeah, do we have a kill record for a single map?
Uh,
Because if we do, Vil's probably broken it by now. 22 kills is just...
no. Yeah, I've seen like 25, 27.
No, I'm talking about for Goose Chase. Come on now, guys.
Oh, for Goose Chase? Yeah,
Obviously,
they've
yeah.
already
Goose-
broken
yeah.
the record for Goose Chase.
Yeah.
The record's probably like 7. Be real. Like, it's not that high.
But Team Valkyrie on the attack yet again. The last time, not only just 2 rounds ago, they attacked this site. They won it in, a relatively convincing fashion, but this time around, they're not going to opt to go down below and master and clear out and do vertical from below. They're going to be finally doing a Geisha takeover that we've been waiting and wishing. But the problem is, we haven't seen them deal with this a whole lot, and it's JetCon to deal with Amity, and that's the very first pick. Vil has eventually fallen down to Deity. Vocally, it's a very big 2-piece, and now SSG Academy is only 2 players away from sending us out of our and theirs misery on this map. It's all up to Hitman and JJ. With about, half the round gone, they have plenty of time. JJ does find a pick onto Focal. That is a really good start. but you still have 3 players, an entire side of the map to clear. While they do have control of drums, they still have to get control of Shrine and Dragon, but it looks like there are no players in Dragon. They have efficiently fallen off, and with a minute left, it is down to a 2v3. They do still have that drone utility. JJ just trying to find anyone shooting through the wall, hoping he can get a headshot, but he's not going to get anything. This last player from Aimkey in office has been identified, but this Akiba barrier is going to keep him alive, is going to keep him away. And with 50 seconds left, that Akiba barrier eventually does go down, but that opens a new line of sight for Aimkey. Aimkey eventually gets a pick, and then, yes, followed up by Fentron.
Only took 18
And
rounds.
finally, after so many rounds in infinite overtime, SSG gets 2 back-to-back rounds to send us to our 4th map, and what a barn burner and a very deserving win from SSG Academy.
And speaking of deserving, I think we're all deserving of a break. We're going to go ahead and give the players a little bit of a break before we move on to map number 4 and give ourselves a little bit of a break. So we'll be back here soon with map 4, and get ready for some more action here after this break.
Been trying to change what I've been trying to say. Words don't come straight from my head to my mouth. It's such a shame that it fell out of place. Was never me that was bringing you down. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? Always looking for more. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more?
Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling.
Welcome back, everybody, to our fourth map of the grand final of the Wild Goose Chase. If you're now just tuning in, SSG Academy took us all the way to 18 rounds, eventually winning it 10-8, going on to their second map pick. And they're in a position to end it all here, or we could potentially see a comeback from Valkyrie, sending us into a 5th map, and Ying is banned yet again.
Are you surprised? Wait. Wait. Yes. It's gonna be Okabe. It's gonna
Or
be
Ram. I could see a Ram.
Mira.
Mira.
Eh,
I, I've seen
you
a
got
Ram literally
Sledge,
once.
you got Buck. I don't see the Ram ban. Floors make sense though.
Okay, yeah.
Floors make sense. It makes it a lot harder to hold or a lot easier to hold piano because you can't just walk a drone up and blow all the zombies.
Yeah,
A
100%.
zombie's
Yeah.
a ban I wouldn't be surprised to see.
There it is.
There it is.
You're a
And then
prophet.
Solus. Solus is the last
Yeah,
one.
so yeah, Solus is gonna be the last one. It's I
Solus
would say
or Fenrir.
Speaking of tomorrow, everything changes. We're going into basically a completely new meta. It'll probably take like around a month to actually, set in and actually change things up and for teams to play differently. We do have the first stage of the NAL. So this is probably going to be our last cast of this meta. It's a mixed one. We went from like a TDM meta to like a defender sludge to now it's like kind of defender sludge, but attacks made somewhat of a small comeback. Aside from
The funny thing is
skyscraper,
we're casting a TDM game right now.
yeah,
Like stop. We're casting a TDM game right now. Like I don't even know what the meta is anymore at this point because they just don't play it sometimes.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Like you
Yeah.
get teams. It's kind of started become less of a universal meta and more of a team-based meta. Like you play a specific play style depending on who you are running against.
yeah.
But we'll see what they actually end up doing here, as it looks like SSG Academy is going to start us out on the second floor.
Yeah, the second floor is one of the, more common, I wouldn't say there's one site aside from actually, I guess you could say Bar Gaming or not Bar Gaming, but Bar and I don't know, I'm tired. Has fallen off a little bit. The top floor has fallen off a little bit, so you're going to be seeing more teams running this mid-floor defensive site a lot more. Vil already being lit up early into the round, and this is going to be a common theme you're going to see is just really aggressive plays. Cafe is a really defender aggressive map. That's what makes Cafe a lot of times really defender sided, even though, more recently, especially with SI performances in that tournament, it's even out a little bit more, not a whole lot, but defense is just so aggressive on this map.
Well, it's also just because of how much space you clear. Like it feels like a villa kind of. It's been in the pool, or it was in the pool about the same amount of time as Villa before it got removed. But it's also just Team Valkyrie is an aggressive team. As Bry is already looking to see if he can find one through the windows, but he's not going to be able to find it. As Falco's going to try to keep up his life. JJ opening up some floor holes. Nothing's going to pop through him just yet, but he's giving himself the ability to hit man on the other side, trying to play off of these Fenrir mines. He's got two set up so that if they walk over towards reading, it's going to be very hard for them to take. And Finn's looking to just drop onto this third floor as they're preparing themselves to start this push onto third floor. Anki going ahead and dropping and seeing if they can't fight these players up on the top floor.
Yeah, this top floor is really integral, and so far you do have Amd on that top floor, but Hitman's actually the very first person to get the very first pick on. That's Vocal. That is now your hard breach. Habana gone, and aside from Buck with those can openers, that's going to be all you get. But Aimkey and JetCon get another one after DAT trades back, but Bill continuing to put down the pressure onto Team Valkyrie. Now Team Valkyrie, after that sludge gunfight they just found themselves in, are now in a 2v3.
With all those bodies fallen, they've cleared up all these players up on the top floor. Aimkey going ahead and making use of that and getting these floors opened, making it a lot easier for him to be able to take out these players and removing a lot of space in Valkyrie. Hitman's just breaking that so that he can sit in the corner, play off of his Fenrir if they swing that, and JJ and him are going to be playing close, trying to be able to play for trades. But Finn's looks like he's going to go if he can't get this bomb down with Vil on reading side. Get in that little bit of a cubby and make it so that they can play off of these floor holes. Finn's going to go ahead and drop Pillar. Notices that there's a little bit of a hole so he can walk in, but he's looking for players as JJ's going to make his way over. towards train side, and Hitman falls off as they fully rotated around to the other side, potentially seeing if maybe he can't find one. Hitman's gonna walk out, but he's gonna get taken out from Pillar. Then he's gonna shut down that jump out, and AimKey's gonna find the last one as SSG Academy is gonna find themselves for round number 1.
I think we're at to the point where we're going to see one team start to slow down a little bit. Not only is it a best of 5, but you just came off an 8-10 map. And I'm not going to say that team is going to be Valkyrie. They looked relatively fine that round. It came down to a 3v2, just a questionable play on that run out. It happens. But SSG do not look phased whatsoever. In that 3v2, they flooded site perfectly, had the lines of sight set up, had the intel come in perfectly. And that was just a perfect end of round execute onto those last 2 players. And Team Valkyrie going to be going to the exact same site, really favoring this site. I think it, does somewhat favor their overall strategy. And that could have gone their way if they just played that round a little bit differently. But nonetheless, SSG on their 4th map looked the strongest they have ever been. They had a little bit of doubt in overtime in Skyscraper, but they cleaned it up, got their 2 rounds, and got us to their 2nd map pick. And I'm just, really excited. And I'm really glad that SSG, didn't climb up a cliff and just fall off it.
Yeah, I would hope that they wouldn't do that. But we'll see if they can pick up another round here, as Team Valkyrie has decided to go to mining this time instead of reading. Wait, were they reading last one?
No. They were.
Oh, they doubled mining.
Yeah, they doubled up mining. They really love this mining, which
It feels
it's questionable.
weird. Like,
It is. It's not bad. It's just weird.
I don't know what happened in year 8. We went from like hating quadruple site. Well, I don't know, whatever the word for the 4th site is, to running it like as first. It used to be considered that mining was kind of a troll site, and now people are running it unironically. As Bride's looking to potentially jump out here onto Jet Connor, the other player that is sitting outside. TNT also looking to jump out. It's just TDM. They're just playing TDM right now. That's really all it is. And JetCon waiting to see if they can't find this. They're getting really aggressive. Bry getting antsy. May jump out on this window. He may find one right there before he gets traded out. Bill on drone. Actually, this could be a perfect time for them to actually walk out.
Nothing so far is going to come out. Just going to be kind of a standstill. Both teams not getting a whole lot, but Hitman gets the very first pick onto Bill. Amkey follows it back up. And Team Valkyrie holding relatively this upstairs site well, but as I say that, Jetgun and Focal just doing a really good job. And honestly, this is the best 2 rounds of attack, or some of the best rather, I've seen from SSG Academy so far. I mean, they're just not giving up positions. They're not giving up picks. As soon as they get 1 pick, they have 2 players onto that defender that just got that kill. And honestly, it just looks like SSG Academy is playing at their full and best right now. And because of that, we find ourselves in a 4v1. JJ low in health surely will die here soon. Hopefully not of the pistol, but yeah, he does.
You had to curse him. No. I'm actually calling you out for that one. You curse him. You curse that man. You're like, yeah, hopefully he doesn't die to the pistol. Immediately dies. You know what they say, Goose. We as casters cannot say, I hope this doesn't happen, because 99% of the time it does.
We're very powerful.
I hope Valkyrie doesn't win 7 rounds in a row. That would really suck, because that would put us on map 5.
Yeah, and that would get your prediction right. Oh,
Oh, the audacity. But no, for real. That was a really good round, like you were saying previously from SSG Academy.
Solus is up and we're not seeing her.
Yeah, so is Ying, and we didn't see her either.
Well, I would say Solus, especially for this site, and especially just how Team Valkyrie is playing. Rather the last map, Team Valkyrie, their attack didn't play relatively where you needed a Ying to set it up, and they got them to overtime. It was enough. But with this setup, you can see players just seething at the mouth, just really wanting to get aggressive, really trying to run out, but they didn't, because they didn't have that intel, and that operator that's going to give you that intel is Solus. And my question is, are they just playing a little safe, a little far back, a little passive, because they don't have the energy, they don't have the cohesiveness to really put out these aggressive plays that are timed and put together correctly?
with the start of this new round, I'd also like to see, honestly, some of the aggression actually do something. There was a lot of people like in aggressive spots, just kind of standing there. Like you had Bryce sitting on white window for almost a full minute doing absolutely nothing. It's just staring at a window. Like if you're gonna be in those aggressive plays, you gotta use it.
Yeah, you know, it's just something you have to use, and they just didn't. I wouldn't even say they didn't use it. They just didn't even really act on it. You know, they had 2 players on window. They really did want to jump out. They just never did. Hitman, yet again for the second round in a row, gets the very first pick onto Vil out of all players. That is not only your entry player, but statistically your best player on the scoreboard. And SSG Academy have found themselves on the back burner, on the back foot, and they need to find an answer back quickly because they haven't even found their way into the map.
Ben's trying to find a little bit of information, but it's going to be Focal to find the first one onto Empty. Hitman trying to keep himself alive, but he's going to get taken out by Aimkey, who just teleported into the bathroom, I guess. I didn't see really where he came in from. I think he actually walked up White Stairs. Not sure. But Aimkey's got full control of bathroom now, and Bry's going to fall to Fins. More space being given to SSG Academy as they're just taking out a lot of these players. Another one's going to fall in the form of Deity, and it's up to JJ stuck in this corner to hold himself alive. He's going to get knifed by Focal, and a little bit of a BM move as he's just going to look at him and knife him.
Warranted. Team Valkyrie take their time out, and it's just, they're struggling. That's what they're doing. And on the opposite side, SSG Academy, this is the best they've looked, in my opinion, on attack. Everything they're doing, even when they lose a player, they trade it back almost instantly with 2 players onto that initial defender that gets the kill. And just honestly, everything they're doing is not only going to plan, but it's going to plan basically perfectly.
Yeah, it's been a really good round, or a really good map so far for SSG Academy. I know we're a little bit far into the series, so we're a little bit tired, so we're not actually giving you our full analysis, but it's mostly just been an SSG shutout.
Yeah.
There hasn't really been a whole lot of answers for from Valkyrie, excuse me. And they're just on the map. Like I hate to say it, they're not doing a whole lot. They're
not.
setting themselves up for fights by positioning wise, setting themselves up for fights.
And then they just don't activate. They don't push on to those fights. They just set up those positions for basically nothing. And I think one problem, rather, or one good thing that SSG is doing is they're using their intel and drones basically flawlessly. They're finding these players almost instantly. I believe
they're comfortable.
2 out of the 3 rounds, they lost the first pick, then followed it up by killing all 5 players, not losing another one. And you know what? A player that would help us would be a Solus. And look who we're seeing now is a Solus. That is a direct answer back. And honestly, in my opinion, an answer you didn't need a timeout for.
No, you didn't need a timeout for it. But honestly, I think the biggest thing that the timeout does is stop the momentum.
Yeah.
You give them a little bit of a break, if anything. Letting them kind of take their time to reset. And the biggest thing is you're not going into the next round feeling rushed. You have maybe 20 seconds, 30 seconds if it's slow loading before you actually start the prep phase between rounds. I mean, that's not a whole lot of time. That full minute you get plus loading in, plus choosing characters, almost a minute and a half, that does a kind of mental reset for everyone. And so even if it was them just saying, hey, we need to bring Solus, they're giving themselves a second to go, okay, we're not playing well. We're down 0-3. We're down on series point at this point for SSG Academy. We can't be throwing away rounds like this, as Hitman's getting really aggressive on main.
And one thing I'm really worried about from SSG Academy is the lack of vertical play. The lack of actually anything vertical whatsoever. And Ventron actually getting the very first pick, and they're doing a direct sight take paired with this Thermite and Focal on that Monty, but it doesn't matter because JJ just swinging in is eventually traded back into 3v3. And so far, even though they've lost 2 players, this direct take into sight has worked. But Hitman, taking the words out of my mouth, and what I have feared has come true, because now it's just JetCon and Focal just honestly banging their heads against a wall.
They're trying to get this bomb down, as JetCon's going to try to use fire to prevent them from being able to do anything. DD's trying to walk up close, but it's going to be Bri to shut down Focal. JetCon's going to shut down one onto Deity. Might swing onto Red Hall, but it's not going to find the player sitting inside of Bar, as he's going to get spotted by that Fenrir trap. Takes it off the board, but the damage is already done. He's been slowed down. Fire's going to go out, but he's at the end of the bar. Going to go down, but he hasn't found that player just yet. He's going to run back to Bakery to see if he can't find the other one, but he's got a minute and 8 seconds to work with. He can take a second, slow down, and cut off these players. JetCon looking for Bri right now. He gets spotted by the Fenrir mine. Now they know he's over there. Trying to collect his bomb. Try to see if he can't collect a player, as they're dangerously close to splitting these fights. On walking up on this rotate, looking to see if he can't find that coffee player, but the coffee player isn't giving him anything just yet. He's gonna full swing this, but not before he gets spotted. Hear him close. One player in Red Hall, one player on coffee. He gets hit by that Legion mine. He's gonna have to walk himself back. I and Jay and Hitman playing this incredibly well, not letting him take these solo fights. He knows that someone's nearby. He's going to swing the first one on the red. He's going to split off that one. And looking to see if he can't find the second one, but Bry's going to shut him down. And Valkyrie shutting down the momentum coming from SSG Academy.
Yeah, that was a really great 2v1 post plant played, aside from Bry just being a little slow with that reaction time, but nonetheless, he put himself in a great position. And again, we saw SSG, one player all the way back on Skyscraper in the exact same 1v2 position. But this time around, Team Valkyrie to win it, playing that very well. And they find their very first round, but around that SSG, I wouldn't say give them, but they played it so one-dimensional. They had no vertical play whatsoever. They had nothing to even get the walls open. They didn't even try to go upstairs. They just tried to get wall and do a direct take with Monty. And sure, you know, JJ swung. You can't count on that. You still had a player upstairs that was able to just lay vertical fire from above. And that's ultimately what really led to them happening, is because it was so one-dimensional. It was just really easy for Team Valkyrie to counter, especially just coming off of a timeout.
Yeah. And even though that was really close, SSG Academy almost able to pull that one out. He was able to play slow and take that fight. I really like that way that Valkyrie took that fight.
Yeah.
Setting himself up on Red Hall so that he either has to swing out towards Red and fight against the Red player while getting shot by Coffee, or fight Coffee and get shot by the Red player. He almost was able to find it. He shouldn't have been able to walk through that rotate. Realistically, I think if he had played on the other side of Red Hall, it would have been a lot better. Being able to watch that rotate prevent him from isolating that fight. But it ended up working, obviously, for Valkyrie in the end, as they were able to pick up that round.
Yeah, they were able to pick that round up. And yet again, SSG are looking to take this tertiary bomb site on that middle floor. So far, Team Valkyrie continuing that very passive playstyle that they have brought to this map of Cafe. SSG Academy, in the first 30 seconds to a minute, have not lost a player. But as I just say that, yet again, I speak it into existence. Hitman does get the trade bet, but Aimkey is right in the position to find him, and Aimkey is in between sight. Aimkey just found him, wedged his way. Oh, nope, never mind. We're going to reading this time. But still, he's found himself right outside the doorstep of A in Dining. And SSG, yet again, after losing the first pick, have their players to not only get the trade back, but get a second one on top of that. And with a minute and 30 seconds left, SSG Academy have everything in place to get this final last standstill onto the site.
In mining, trying to fight their way through, but they still got that player in white that they're going to have to deal with. Flashes are going to go out. Local trying to force his way through, but JJ's going to find one. Aimkey looking to shut him down. He's going to swing that, but he's going to get taken out by JJ, who's picked himself up a double, a triple kill. Looking for a fourth one to finish out this round here. Bill's going to be holding themselves together. Going to hold that swing from White Stairs, but they're going to get spotted on a cam. They're sitting up on Newbalk, potentially shutting down this last player, but he's going to get taken out by Phil with a beautiful shot. The last two are separated, but they're close enough that they can swing off each other. And this is the same thing we saw the last time. Rye was part of this. If he can isolate these ones again, could be a round going towards SSG Academy. He's found one of them. Gonna swing for the other. Plant's gonna pretend to go down as JJ's gonna meet his player back upstairs. He's gonna drop back. Plant going down. He's gonna swing. JJ finding him and taking him out. And Team Valkyrie putting themselves closer to that even 3-3 half.
What are you going to do when JJ's going positive? Absolutely nothing. You're going to lose the round. That's what you're going to do. A great round not only played by JJ himself, but his team playing that 4v3 very passive. And in that round, it did work out because SSG Academy overswung without the intel. On the other side, Team Valkyrie had all the intel they needed in a 1v2 position. Yet again, playing it really well. I really love how just, even in the early round, this passability that Team Valkyrie is putting out isn't them being scared. It is their game plan. It is how they're trying to approach Cafe. And we've seen it most definitely in these last two rounds. And honestly, that timeout, it wasn't really to, change up how they play, but add on to that, passive gameplay, that passive way they want to approach this map. Just adding a little bit more, saying, okay, we can't just, give them map control. We can still play passive, but we need to apply phantom pressure. That's exactly what they did. And that's how SSG has been losing attacking rounds previously, is wasting their own time on this phantom pressure that before, in the last couple rounds, in the last 3 rounds that SSG Academy won, Team Valkyrie wasn't really applying, but now they have, and they're just now only 1 round away from tying it up going into their attacking half.
And on this last one, a really important round. I know we talked about it, that last map being very important for kind of tipping the scales, but this is a really important one specifically for Valkyrie. SSG Academy can lose a round, and just as Bry is able to lose his life before taking out Aimkey, like I was saying, it's an important round. That's Warden already off the board. An operator that they've been playing almost exclusively every round to kind of feed this TDM meta. They're not going to be able to play off it anymore as DD is going to make it so that they can jump out here. They're going to make it very dangerous to be on that rappel.
Yet again, these repels are just so dire to this overall attacking strategy and plan, especially on this top bomb site. Aimkey and Bry both down. Both very utilized players, both in their utility and on the scoreboard. So going into the last 2 minutes of the round, we've found ourselves at somewhat of an even man count. And right now, Team Valkyrie are continuing that idea of doubling up every time they want to try to take an engagement, try to push the aggression. They have at least 2 players, aiming on to Fen, but just not finding the shots. Aimkey does get lit up a little bit, but he's going to be able to run away with his life. And right now, SSG Academy look like they haven't been able to really find their footing. They haven't even been able to find their way into the map.
So trying to use these repels to see if they can't push these players off, as DD is going to fall to one of those repels before JJ and Aimkey get a kill, and JJ picking up a double kill. So far been kind of crucial in preventing them from being able to find much. Valkyrie finding round number 3 as Aimkey's going to go ahead and shut down Vil in a flurry of kills.
I do want to give one thing to JJ is he's just in these last 2 rounds really stepped up. Obviously, he's not going to be that entry frag player. He's not going to be that player that's going to be on top of the scoreboard. More of, I would say, a support IGL role, giving guidance, holding his team together. But instead of holding his team together based on giving ideas, giving callouts, he's doing it on the scoreboard, stepping up, for those players on Team Valkyrie that are starting to lack. And the good thing is you're transitioning over into a completely different side. As you can see, JJ going on that Habana, he's still putting his teammates like Bry, like Amdi into these fracking positions because even if you have a bad defensive half, you could completely turn it around on your attacking half. And for a change of pace, SSG Academy actually opting for their very first bomb site going to the top floor, which on the turn of things was Team Valkyrie's last.
Yeah, and it was something that SSG did a good job of initially finding space on that they just couldn't hold on to. It's going to be up to them to hold on to space here because they're defenders now. They've got to hold that space. And I think the big one that's going to be a matter of kind of principle for SSG to hold is going to be Freezer. If you can hold Freezer in Bathroom, makes it so much harder for Valkyrie to find any space. And if I can assume kind of the way I expect them to play is they're going to try their best to play up White Stairs and off of Piano.
Yeah, it's just really been about these early engagements. Team
Yeah.
Valkyrie, initially, the 2 rounds that SSG won, they got the opening pick. SSG, it just didn't really phase them. And it really goes to show that, the mental state that they are in. And as you said just before, Bry opting to try to go up White, but he's actually going to meet a roamer downstairs, but just misses the couple of shots. Very unlucky. Fens gets the very first pick on Bry, almost finding a second one, sees the head of Ambi, and yes, he does. He does get Amty, and now both of your main entry fraggers have died to Fenstron. And honestly, Team Valkyrie have not put themselves in a position to actually get an answer back. They have intel on him, and eventually they do trade him back. But the problem is, you've lost both of your entry players, and you've wasted around half the time. Vocal now following up. It just goes to show that even when SSG, they lose these picks, they lose this map control, they always have intel on where the remaining attackers, or rather defenders, are.
Hitman's just going to go ahead and drop New Balk. Make his way in and just get a lot of free space over here. Fighting that player in Bathroom that I was talking about that they need to hold. Tom's going to take a little bit of damage, but he's going to go ahead and jump out. Before Aimkey just walks out of Piano. Just sitting in the back of Pianos, finds the first one, wide swings for the second, and takes him out. They didn't do a good job of clearing. They tried to just brute force their way through it, and SSG Academy let them walk directly into the trap that was that Capkin sitting in the corner. And honestly, that's kind of been what it's been feeling like for Team Valkyrie so far on a lot of their attacks is whenever they're losing rounds pretty handily like that, it's because SSG's setting up something honestly pretty simple where it's dronable.
Just
And
one roamer.
Valkyrie, it just isn't droning it.
Yeah.
Attackers have discovered the location of
I
a
mean,
bomb.
and on the turn of things, if you look at SSG Academy, even, whether it's not just, intel from a default camera, they always know, or at least have a very good idea of where these attackers are coming from. As you saw, when Fens was eventually traded downstairs, you had a player inside a Piano. He realized, okay, they're going to start to push over top red. They haven't drawn me out. I can just sit here. His patience was admirable, and because of that, he got a free 2 kills. And just really goes to show that SSG Academy, even though the scoreline is close, it is 3-4. Every round, they have been the team setting the pace. They have been the team controlling every and each round.
Absolutely. It's definitely been a lot of Team Valkyrie kind of playing at the speed that SSG wants to play. And it feels like Valkyrie wants to play really, really fast, but they're letting themselves get caught up. They're letting SSG set the pace. And if they could start setting the pace, forcing them into these aggressive duels that Valkyries wants to play, it could be a little bit better. There's just still a lot of issues droning wise, them still not really setting themselves up for trades that have just been costing Valkyrie rounds.
And costing them rounds it has. They're only down by 1, but the thing is, Solus being a complete menace, a complete pest to this attack, he's wasted an entire minute going back down to top floor. And the thing is, they still haven't droned him or the Legion out. she's actually going to be opting to go upstairs. Sure, they are aware that Fence is in a position somewhere down bottom white, but Fence is aware of this player, but he doesn't get the swing. Deity actually wins it out. And my question is, Bill, you're still upstairs. They're going to drone it out. They're going to check it out, make sure he's not here, followed up. Bill actually gets the very first pick onto Brian, a second one onto Hitman, trying to find the third, sees the player onto Deity, but doesn't get the shots. Deity eventually trading it back. And honestly, a relatively good roam clear, but you've lost so much utility. You've lost your Buck, you've lost Bry, and now you only have a minute left, and you haven't even set up your vertical play going on to site.
They're going to have to start soon, as they are still setting, like you said, setting up this vertical play. They haven't been able to push these players out of the positions they need to. Like JetCon just sitting inside of that closet. Aimkey being able to sit and prep for free. They don't have anything really set up. He should have some floor holes above him so that he can't just sit here comfortably. But they haven't had time. They've been taking forever to clear out these roamers. Empty, seeing if he can't find the feet of someone. Looking through, seeing if he can't find it through his goggles. He's going to find the first one, and that's going to be Echo Found. Now he knows that he's sitting inside of Bakery. They haven't done anything about it. He can just hold the back of Aimkey and let him play for free inside of Prep. They're looking to see if they can't use these floor holes to find anyone, but they haven't given them anything, as JJ's just going to drop Hatch. Look to see if he can't get this bomb down behind Chassis or behind Coffee. That Smoke's going to be pushing him out. He's going to be forced to go behind the Chassis. JetCon trying to walk up. Gets found out by Deity, and Empty finds one as well. It's up to Focal to stop them. 3 seconds left on the board. He doesn't find it. He can't get it. He doesn't find it. The round's going to continue. He's going to now have to retake this space and clear out these players. He's going to find the first one with a little bit of a Pokeball. Got his first. Looking for the last two. Give yourself a rotate so that you can work out of. They're both sitting inside a freezer. They've doubled up at this point. They're a lot easier for them to be able to play off of each other. Vocal's going to have to take a very quick swing and find one without losing his life. He knows that they're both in there now. Trying to go around to the window to potentially find it, but he doesn't have time at this point. He also doesn't have time because Deity is going to shut him down and prevent that clock from even mattering.
A very unlucky last couple of seconds for that Echo, not finding the right angle to get the actual shot onto the planer, and eventually led him into a 1v3 that he could have won, but he just couldn't find the angle into those last two players. And yet again, Team Valkyrie, when they are in this last couple of seconds, the last 30 to 20 seconds, especially on Kitchen, they're just locked in. They know how to play it and pretty much play it pretty much perfectly. Whenever I see Team Valkyrie in a 2v1 situation, I just expect them to win because they play it so well. Every of the 3 rounds that they've been in a 2v1 situation, they've won it because they've played it somewhat of the exact same. They've doubled up almost right next to each other and just play the trade, play the pick. And honestly, I just really like that, in the first half, Team Valkyrie started to fall off a little bit. But going in after that timeout, they've really started to pick things up. In the span of that, they've won 3 rounds, while SSG, or actually 4 rounds, while SSG Academy has only won 1 since that timeout. And that goes to beg the answer, does SSG Academy need to take that timeout soon?
Yeah, I think if anything, now would have been the time to take it right after that round. Take a second to reset, prevent any kind of momentum coming out from Team Valkyrie. But it's too late for that. They're going to have to find this round, or this is just going to be Valkyrie continuing on that momentum, potentially putting themselves at 5-4. And SSG just throwing a lot of late rounds so far, honestly. There have been a lot of stuff that they should have won. Let's be real.
Yes.
They were kind of just as the kids say nowadays, Goose, trolling. They were, I was trying to find another word. But there's just a lot of stuff that would be winning them rounds that they're getting lazy on. As AMT is just taking a lot of damage from something. JJ's gonna find the second kill onto Aimkey to get that man count even back up. Fokal's gonna go ahead and drop and see if he can't help out Vil. But a minute left on off the round, and they're already trying to plant. Vil getting taken out by AMT before he finally finishes him off. JJ's gonna finish off Vil, get this bomb down. Fokal can't find his way in to prevent this plant. He's gonna get flashed out. He doesn't find him in the corner, looking around for him, but JJ's gonna find him first with a triple kill, getting shut down to prevent that ace. Jetcon's gonna find one more. Gotta find one last one, as Hitman's just gotta prevent this plant from getting defused. He hears the plant going down, but he doesn't have anything to stop it. He can't see that floor holes too much, as he's just gonna be able to get it. Jetcon's gonna get taken out by him. Vince is gonna have to get this diffuser. 17 seconds left off the clock. Got a beautiful angle that I didn't see before. 12 seconds left. Vince going for the defuse, but Hitman hears him. He's looking for him. He doesn't see him. Almost loses it, as Team Valkyrie is gonna pick themselves up round number 9.
Does JJ have plot armor? Because I've just seen 2 defenders in that round swing him and just look the opposite way. It's like almost as if Namical just wrote it that JJ goes off, plot armor, doesn't die. But honestly, it just goes to show that that round that SSG Academy had no intel whatsoever. Team Valkyrie were just allowed to walk right directly into sight with almost no contention. Sure, they did lose a pick, but that one Mozzie player just could not hit his shots in that situation, which it opened up and enabled the round. And just, again, a shout out to JJ, because without him right now, it would be honestly 5-1. It would be like the game would be over, honestly, at this point, because we're seeing players like Bry, like Amty, having a slow game. Probably the slowest game they've had so far in the series, aside from map 2 on Chalet. And JJ has been that player to not only pick up, sure, he shows up on the scoreboard, but those kills are actually effective. He's getting those kills in very effective positions, he's opening the route, he's opening the way into sight for his team, and because of that, he's now found himself and Team Valkyrie just 1 round away from match point, but SSG are following very close by and relatively could take this next round and tie it up relatively easily.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
No
I
timeout.
hope they do.
No
I hope they
timeout.
do.
There's no timeout still. When are you going to take your timeout?
Clearly at overtime, where Deity takes out Vil. Who's our script writer? Who's writing these scripts, bro?
Whoever
fire that man.
They're
I'm
writing
gonna fire that man. Nomical? Yeah, fire that man. I need a new script writer. Something that doesn't go 75 rounds.
You gotta love, you want a good series. It's the final. It's our baby. You know, we've grown this child up to now a best of 5, and it's gone relatively really good. Aside from, I wouldn't say map 1 was, you know, a burnout, but SSG definitely did not look good whatsoever. Followed up by a relatively sweep on the second map, but so far, Team Valkyrie and wow, Aim Key is just allowed to run out, but not even allowed. It's that Solus. That's the reason he was allowed out, and now they're sending in drones to find him out. And the question is for Team Valkyrie, are you going to address this problem down below, or are you going to try to avoid it? Try to work your way around it. Just try to hold the lines of sight where he could come up and maybe catch him on the rotate back.
It still could be an SSG Academy round. Don't count them out just yet. They've still got that even man count, and there's a minute and a half left on the board with 2 players still outside of the building. Let's see if they can't find it. As Aimkey's going to go down the first floor looking to see if he can't get a run out. Finns is going to find one and a second one. And SSG Academy looking like they might put us 5-5 as Fokal's going to find one more. Is the last player alive. They want to put him on match point. He's going to have to clutch us out, make a 1v4. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. I'm not going to lie to you here, Goose. He's going to run into 2 Miras so far. And he can't find anything, as he's got 1 player playing off the mirror for information and another for the swing over there. He's estimating that that's what's happening. He's going to go out. He's going to get that information. Impact's going to go out towards him, lower his health a little bit, but he knows what they're doing. He knows where they are, and they're just waiting for him. They're doing a good job of patience. They're just chucking impacts at him.
Honestly, like, we're being edged right now. Oh, there we go.
I've heard that word way too much tonight.
That's like the 4th time you said.
But nonetheless, SSG Academy, as I spoke about before, having a great answer back, and now they take their time out. I love this. I love this.
Took long
SSG. This
enough.
is probably
Jesus.
this is the best timeout or biggest brain timeout I guess you could have, because not only do you win a round, but then you take your timeout because you want to put yourself in a position to win these next 2 rounds. You don't want to go to overtime. You do not want to go to Oregon, which most definitely will be overtime. There's no denying it. It will be in
Please
overtime.
no. I'll actually fall asleep.
Yeah.
I have to play that map.
Think about how the players are right now. And not only that, but also you're eliminating the option or opportunity for Team Valkyrie to just brush that round off. They're forced to actually identify it. And that also gives SSG a little bit of a time to, really translate into that next round, because sure, they did win that round, but the rounds before they made so many small mistakes that turned into great and much bigger ones. Like, for example, JJ running into sight. That should not happen.
No, yeah, it absolutely shouldn't. I'm gonna be real. I said it earlier. It's they're just playing TDM. Like
Yeah.
that's all they're doing.
Yeah.
They're just walking around, taking fights. There hasn't been a whole lot of coordination from the side of Valkyrie. It's happened occasionally, but at the level it should be happening, it's not. There's just I don't know if they're tired at this point, but like they were doing it map 1.
Exactly. I don't think it's a tired problem. I think it's just how they approach the
They're
game.
just feeling
honestly.
lazy. They're taking these fights lazy.
Yeah.
They're just saying, "Hey, I don't really want to swing. I don't want to swing. They definitely want to swing. I don't really want to clear stuff. I don't want to deal with utility clear. So let's just swing."
Yeah. I think the best way you could put it is they approach their attack on a reaction style.
Yeah.
Every
Oh,
time
yeah.
they have, an actual engagement, it's based off of reaction. They're not the ones trying to seek out an engagement. If it happens to them, they welcome it and they try to do their best to react. And we've got ourselves to a 4th map, so it has worked relatively well for them. But the thing is, with a reaction style gameplay, whether it be on defense, whether it be on attack, it can only get you so far, especially against a high tier level T2 team, and arguably with the roster shuffle, probably a top 3 to top 2 T2 team.
Yeah. No, I mean, but I said this earlier. It's not an excuse that you can say, "Oh, well, this team's tier 2. This team's tier 2." They're both.
Yeah.
They're both tier 2. None of this should be happening. Even though it's a long series for both of these teams, you can't give up your basic fundamentals. You have to drone, you have to use utility, and you have to not let that happen. KJ, you know aim key was there. Brother. Don't let him swing you like that.
What was he aiming at?
Don't let him shut you down like that. Come on.
And my question is, and this isn't me just, just like trying to put pressure, make fun of JJ, which I have done that sometimes. I apologize. But in that situation, no. What was he aiming at? And my thinking is, are they getting old or bad information? Did they think he rotated, or maybe there was a second player on top of him on mining window? Because in that situation, you should not swing off. There was a reason he swung off of that window. And my thinking is, are they just getting stale info?
I don't know.
No info at all. I mean, they just shot a drone. They didn't have any info. It was just a reaction thing. They were predicting a second player on mining window that just wasn't even there.
I don't know. I just don't think it's a stale. I don't think it's a stale info issue. I think it's the fact that they're just not using it.
Yeah.
Period. Like, the info is getting stale because they're not using it. Focal just standing on this. How is he allowed to just sit here?
And he has no players. Actually, he has nobody coming to support him. So he's just going to die here. Yeah.
There you go. Thank you,
That's an
Hitman.
easy kill.
You know he's there. You know he's stuck. He can't walk down. He can't walk up. And AMQ's
The thing is, they don't have defuse. Defuse is on opposite side of the map, and JetCon gets another kill.
Tells it a white window.
Yeah.
AMT's the last one alive here. Gonna have to keep it alive for his team if they want to go to map 5 or put us on a map point here SSG Academy looking to shut down this and finally finish the series. Empty's not going to give it up for free. Looking for these last two players. He knows he can't plant here, but he's going to have to swing, and he swung the wrong way. JetCon's going to find him. We're going to be looking at match point for SSG. Not only match point, series and match point.
It's big. It's continued to be big. And SSG Academy, they're going to be going down to kitchen, cooking, and service. That initial round ended up in a 3v1, all up to Echo. It could have been an SSG round win. We could have been over with. It could have been a 7-5 by now if that Echo was positioned a little bit further above the planter, but it wasn't. So going into this site, going into this last round of regulation, SSG is thinking to themselves that their overall strategy, while it was faulty, while it did result in a 3v1, they just played the picks a little bit wrong. And coming into this last round, coming into this site yet again, they have all the info. They know exactly what Team Valkyrie should do. So, going into this round, they should have everything in their hands, everything in their intel, bringing out that Echo again, making sure that mistake will not happen is going to be up to Team Valkyrie to make sure they get rid of that reaction style, make sure they push the pace, and make sure they set the tempo going into this last round. Because if they don't do that, they're not going to find themselves on overtime and potentially the final map.
Or now let's not break the possibility that SSG Academy just wins it right here. It's very real and very possible. They can do the same thing they did in that last one. They can take this round. As Bry's going to be the first one off the board. Aimkey starting themselves off. An early pick. Make it that much easier for SSG Academy to close out this map. Eventually. Close out this series.
With a minute gone, Bry died outside of the map on a window, and with a minute gone, not only do you not have anybody in the map, but you still have two roamers upstairs. Not only that, but you have a Solus paired with that, so Solus is going to be able to relay any information, any drones that will come up. And speaking of information, Fens will be eventually tracked out, and this surely should force those last two roaming defenders back to site. JetCon on the rotate, actually on the other side of the map, finds a pick onto Deity, taking a solo engagement, something you should not be doing on the last round. And now, Team Valkyrie finding themselves struggling in a 3v5 with no intel, no map control, and absolutely no idea what the hell they're going to do.
Two buddies already off the board, like you said. Bill's still close here on bar. He's looking to shut down this player sitting on brown stairs, but he's going to get shut down himself as Vill's going to get sat down behind the bar. Empty making it a little bit easier for them to push out, but they only have a minute. They still have 4 more players that they have to clear. They're down in man count. They don't have the time to waste, and JetCon's just waiting for that player from brown stairs to walk down so he can get that kill. Hitman taking a little bit of damage, but they've been able to open up Freezer. Empty, finding the one onto JetCon and Closet. Beautiful kill from him. Fire's going to go out from JJ. He almost loses his life doing that, but it's not going to happen. 40 seconds left. He's shutting them down from being able to walk in. Fins is holding this window inside, but it's going to be Aimkey holding that rotate in. JJ's going to get shut down. 2 more players alive for Team Valkyrie before one more falls. Hitman's the last player alive. He's their last hope, but it doesn't matter. SSG is going to shut down the last player. Is going to end this map. And you know what that means, Goose. That's the end of our series. That is the end of the best of 5. And it's going to be SSG on top.
SSG, the first map had us very scared. They looked like a hollow shell of what they once used to be. We thought their problems that were coming in from the XGS playoffs were going to carry on and continue. But no, that was not the answer. In a best of 5, it's not a race, it's a marathon. And at the end of it, SSG was that team to hold that stamina for the longest. And it was a very close series, aside from the 2 first maps, 7-4 still, but SSG played a little wonky, backing it up with a 10-8, then a 7-5, coming down to the wire. DT almost putting his team in a position to win that. Overall, a great series from SSG, a great series from Valkyrie Gaming on the other hand.
Yeah, I mean, I know we kind of sat down Valkyrie a little bit. We talked about the fact that they were playing TDM, but individually, they still played incredibly well. They did a very good job individually. There were a lot of team mistakes, though.
Yeah.
I won't be too blunt with them, because it's something they're gonna have to work on. It's not gonna work at tier 2 level playing against teams like that. You're just not gonna be able to play TDM.
No.
You gotta clean it up. You gotta use utility better. But it it didn't happen. And honestly, you hate to see it. It would have been really nice to go to that map 5, even though we're all a little bit tired and probably are a little happy that the series is over. But like you said, I really enjoy getting to see these kind of back and forths. And even though there were a lot of mistakes from Valkyrie, there were plenty of mistakes from SSG's side.
Yeah, overall, just a great practice because, I don't know if you know this, but this weekend is the first major qualifier of three. So this is going to be great practice for both teams because, sure, they have E3, but most likely, coming forwards, two of these teams could be the players that we could see go into that LCQ.
Yeah. And we'll see. We'll see if it's gonna be able to actually work for them. But that was a really exciting series coming out from them. We're gonna get a little bit of insight from one of the SSG players and see kind of where their head is after that exciting final map 4. And surprise, it's Aimkey. What's up, Aimkey? How you doing? That was a really exciting uh
No, we don't have. Hold on one second. Our
uh,
producer's trolling us. We don't have audio right now. Hold on one second.
uh
Hold on
anyway,
one
I'll
second. We
I'll
gotta
keep
get
I'll
your
keep
audio.
talking while
Yeah,
we fix
there we go. Yeah.
that issue. But yeah, it was a really exciting 4 map series to actually see coming out of you. And SSG fought really hard. I really love to see a lot of the stuff that they were doing. Um, and I do have, we have a few questions. We always like to ask y'all. So I'm gonna start out with on that first map when we were playing Clubhouse. It seemed like y'all were kind of switching up your playstyle on defense a lot. Is it just not a comfortability thing, or were you just kind of trying to adjust to Valkyrie?
Oh, I mean, we just haven't scrim club in like a month and a half, and then we're
Mhm.
playing with a new fifth player,
Yeah.
like as a
Yes.
tryout.
Yeah.
So it was everything was like a little scuff. But yeah, I think we realized like later in that half too. That's why we won the last two defense rounds. That if we just press these guys, they can't attack. Like if we don't give them the 5v5,
Yeah.
we win. So that's why you saw in like those last two rounds that we started just like pressing them really hard on the defense.
Yeah, no, that was definitely something we noticed. We really liked the aggression coming out from y'all, and kind of just preventing any of the trades coming out from Valkyrie. I think that was something you definitely did across the whole series, was preventing trades, specifically on Skyscraper, being able to play right there out of drum, keeping them from being able to just walk in and kill one and get that trade off of the first player. Just something that y'all did across the whole series. And then I guess for my second one, specifically talking about Skyscraper, how'd y'all feel with that Monty on Blacktop? What you think y'all really did to kind of shut that down?
I mean that's just a really bad take. And like I at
Yeah,
first
yeah,
we were discussing it before the map. I was like, oh, let's just ban Monty, and then Fens or Football was like, no, let's just have them do it. Like it's such a bad take, and we'll just like counter them.
fair.
So yeah, to direct reason, I don't know why. I think I killed one of the guys below, and then yeah, I don't know. They couldn't open the black wall it seemed, and they stalled out pretty hard and just gave us picks. I don't know on their end, but yeah, that's a really bad take. It's too predictable.
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit in round, that they were trying to just crutch that Monty and just kind of walk him in, and if you play it correctly, you can just tear it apart, and that's kind of what y'all were doing. And then I guess for my last one, specifically on that last map, it felt like Valkyrie was just kind of getting lazy on a lot of their fights. And I think y'all did a good job of holding together. What was like the big thing y'all were focusing on getting into that last map, making sure that you weren't getting lazy on?
We just made sure that like we had the same game plan in mind. Like we knew what these guys were doing. Like they showed what their objective for the round was pretty early. Like they never really did like switch up mid round adaptations. And yeah, we were just focused on that. I mean, I think we should have had like a 4-2 attack half and a like technically whatever you want to say. Like we should have won one of the defenses earlier. But some of the rounds we lost was just like some whiffs. Like I whiffed on the castle and reading. We should have won that round. And then I think someone whiffed on a defense. I forget, or on an attack. I don't remember. But yeah, I mean, it was just pretty much comfortability. Like even though I don't. Fuck, when's the last time we played that map? I don't even remember. I think it was in the E2 game day in fucking January. But yeah, I mean, it's just like knowing that these guys are kind of, they're nervous, whatever, they're shaky, just taking advantage of like whatever their play style. They're maybe not being the brightest players ever. Yeah.
That's pretty funny. But I'm gonna before we actually end this, I'm gonna let Goose ask any questions that he has.
So I got 3 questions for you. The first one is, did you actually not know this was Infinite OT until Skyscraper?
I mean,
Yeah.
I remember seeing it in like the Twitter announcement, but I forgot it like in the moment.
That's
Because we saw chat. Let's go, GG.
Yeah, I typed in GG. I mean, we won in the end, so it didn't matter. It was
yeah.
It was a mental talker.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Going into Skyscraper itself, obviously Valkyrie picked it, and you said, you can't remember the last time you played it. Did you expect them to, go to that map? Because clearly you let them go to the map. If you didn't want to go to the map, you would have banned it. What was your thinking of letting them somewhat go to Skyscraper?
I mean, it's a best of 5, so it's like the map ban's really easy. You just ban like you always ban whatever perma ban, or if you don't have a perma ban, like the worst or best map that you have, or like worst map you have, best map they have. So we did that, and then the second map was just like, well, we don't really want to play this with a tryout, so whatever. So to be honest, the map we weren't really too hard focused on the map bans. We knew we were gonna win no matter what. It was just how fast.
Yeah. Now for this next and last question, I don't know how much you can reveal, but obviously your next agenda, your next goal is not E3, but major qualification. And last week you guys dropped Trevmac and recently tried out Barring in now yet another new player, one that's very familiar. What do you guys want? What are you looking for? What was your initial reasoning for dropping Trevmac? Not to call you guys out or anything.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, Trev by no means is a bad player. No, he's a great player. But the system we want to like transition into with our attack and defense is a lot more like fluid, positional, and just like a lot more like, I would not say aggressive, but there's a lot more like pressing involved as a team. And the coaches and like the coach staff just decided that it would be better to look for someone else to help fulfill that and move on from Trev. No one on the team thought Trev was bad or whatever. With trying out Barring, Barring was obviously like he's a great CL. He was a great CL player. He is very vocal and whatever. Yeah, I mean, I loved playing with him. Unfortunately, he can't play due to some personal stuff or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it was fun trying out with him. I would have loved to pick him up. And then coming with like Fens. I mean, Fens is just another very vocal, like not high intensity, but someone who can definitely like switch on the on switch to the type of play style we want. So yeah, we're just trying out people like that. We don't have anyone locked in yet, but that's kind of our mindset with coming into the 5th and then coming into major quals.
Yeah, I gotcha. And before I give you time to talk, I actually have a question. Do you ever have coaching staff from the main team come in, or is it mainly just your primarily coaching staff on your tier 2 team?
Yeah, we have our coaches have meetings with callouts, and then with callout, and then we have weekly meeting as a CAD team with callouts. So there's definitely a conversation between the two parties.
Okay, yeah, that's great. That's awesome to hear. And before we send you back off, hopefully to eat dinner, do you have anything you want to say to the fans or the haters rather?
Any shout outs?
Yeah, I'll give a quick little memo or whatever. Obviously, thank you for anyone supporting us. It's kind of been a little rough road after E2. We're trying to get better. We want to get better. We want to succeed. And I think we have a really good road ahead of us to succeed. So stay tuned. I'm going to shout out my teammates and staff. Shout out for Fens for trying out on a game day, especially in the grand finals. could be a stress environment, but obviously I knew he could handle it. Shout out to Trev. Obviously we parted ways, but I think man, still GOAT. He definitely deserves the team. And then in terms of like any trash talk I want to do, I mean Valkyries as a roster, a lot of raw talent, but it's led by JJ, so that talent kind of gets dwindled. It's like a light. It's like you have like a lot of good potential. Like you have Spider, you had Rival, you had
Yeah.
you have Bright. Like those 4 players mechanically like talented may not all have the great game sense, but like they all have it. Then JJ comes along, picks them all up. Scrim team dwindles the candle on game day. That's my opinions on that team. I think there's people with talent on that team, but I don't think it's gonna get improved being on it.
Like that meme of the Grim Reaper walking door to door.
Yeah, pretty much. That's JJ.
Yeah, I mean he's still a really good player though. No hate towards him.
Yeah.
But thank you for interviewing with us. I also congratulations on winning this grand finals and winning that $1,000. And I hope y'all are able to, like you said, do well in the major quals and hopefully see you in the main stage for E3.
Yeah, appreciate it. We hope for that too as well. Thank you for having us, and we're very happy to win this, even with the circumstances involved.
Happens. Well, have a good night, and like I said, thank you for the interview. We're gonna jump back over to our cams as we're gonna go ahead and finish off the series of Wild Goose Chase. It's been a very long road, and obviously we have a lot of people we want to thank. But I'll let Goose go ahead and take control of that.
Honestly, first of all, just big shout out to Nomical. None of this would be
100%.
possible without him. And I just want to stress it enough. He's giving me permission to say this. He's put $500 of his own money into this, into the pockets of Amkey. So he's going to be going home with some of Nomical's money. But also to all of the staff, not only coming over from the other league, I'm going to Voldemort it, not going to name it. But no, not only from the people who worked with us there, but also helped us figuring out what happened, and then the transition over to now. Shout out to the Whiskey Bros. Outstanding. Helped us so much. Honestly, we've probably not been able to run half of the prod without them. And of course, Chad, the GOAT, leading this main stage, and all to the other caster and production staff. Thank you. Because at the end of the day, this is a community-ran tournament, and it would not be possible without any of you. And thank you for giving both me, Nomical, and Interritus, and all the other casters a great platform. And you got anything else to say before we send it off?
No, I think that this was a really great series, and I'm excited that I was given the opportunity to actually cast this grand finals, and what was a really exciting series to watch. But I won't hold the rest of us too long. It has been a very long night. Some of you got work in the morning. I know I do. I definitely do. But I won't hold y'all too long. Have a great night, and thank you for watching Wild Goose Chase Grand Finals.